So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to EU Open Data Days 2025. It's lovely to see so many of you here in the room, and a very warm welcome as well to those following online. We hope you have a very engaging and fruitful discussion over the next couple of days. My name is Jennifer Baker. I'm a journalist and moderator. I will be your MC today, guiding you through some of our excellent speeches that we have coming up. I know there are a lot of experts here in the room, and many of them will be here on the stage as well. But we will also have plenty of breaks for you to do a lot of networking and share your ideas. Some of these things that we will hear about on the stage will be inspiring projects or best projects or best practice or just really great ideas. So we hope you get an awful lot out of it. And we will, of course, also be hearing from Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič as well as the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, our host here today as well. So, to get us started, we're going to use the Slido tool just to get a little bit of flavor about where people are joining from today. Totally non-scientific, but very GDPR friendly since it can be anonymous. So feel free to get your smartphones and scan that QR code. And this, of course, particularly relevant for those of you joining online. You can go to slido.com and put in Open Data Days 2025 and tell us where you're joining from. Now, I'm sure there will be most people joining from Luxembourg, but we'll see if we have some other people. Austria first out, as well as first alphabetically. Germany, Portugal, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Spain, Dordrecht, Poland, Dublin, Brussels, indeed, and Ireland, Dublin also in Ireland, Geneva, Norway. Okay, this is looking good. We'll give it another few moments as we can see a lot of people across the EU and even further afield. I see Greenland as well as Afghanistan and the USA all joining for today's conversation. So that's really, really impressive to see so many people. Nord Pole, really? Okay. Let's move on to our next Slido, which is asking you about the different themes we have over the coming days. Which open data area are you most interested in? So is that data for policy making, data for value-added services, data for problem solving, for interoperability, or for communication/visualization? Of course, we cover all of these topics, but just if there's one that really stands out for you, it'd be interesting for us in this very non-scientific poll to know which it is. But it's very neck and neck, I must say. That is quite in or around 20%. Problem solving, policy making, neck and neck there on 22%. And data for interoperability seeming to be the lead one there. Visualization, communication, a little bit lower down, but never fear, we will still have a look at that as well. I think now I'll hand over the floor for our welcome speech to set the scene for us. So please give a warm welcome to Hilde Hardeman, Director General from the Publications Office of the European Union.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, and good afternoon to everybody. Good morning to the people in the United States. Good evening to the people in Asia. And here it's early afternoon. So distinguished guests, data professionals and data lovers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to our EU Open Data Days 2025 here in Luxembourg and online. I'm really delighted to welcome you and to spend the next 2 days together to see how we can make the most of the transformative power of open data. Now, since we last met, much has changed. The world around us has changed in many ways. The geopolitical and societal context in which we live is challenging. Trustworthiness, accessibility, accountability cannot be taken for granted. And yet, they are the basis of legitimacy, and they are at the heart of what we stand for. Human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, respect for human rights. We have to do whatever we can to put these principles and values into practice in everything we do. There's also advances in technology that bring new means and opportunities, and we want to seize these opportunities with both our hands. We can be really successful if we work together. Together, by cooperating and sharing knowledge and ideas, we can make a real difference. And that is what this conference is about. We all know that open data is a formidable catalyst for progress, and that it empowers us as individuals, businesses, public administrations in many different ways to make better informed decisions in very practical ways, from the route we take in the morning to come to the office, to the crucial choices that we make throughout our life, to develop better policies and make public services more accessible and efficient, to enhance transparency and, very importantly, accountability, to advance research and cutting-edge technologies that at times even can make the difference between life and death. Now, helping to unlock the power of data, that is central to our mission at the EU Publications Office. We help ensure that data is findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable for public administrations, businesses and the public at large. In a world where misinformation and disinformation is rife, we provide data and information that people can trust. We run the portal for European data, Data Europa EU, which gives access to over 1.8 million data sets from the EU's public sector and from 35 European countries. We seek to promote continuous innovation and collaboration in and among member states and EU bodies. We publish yearly open data maturity reports to help all assess where they stand and how they best can move forward. We help to ensure that we use common standards for interoperability, which is essential for systems to communicate, share, and reuse data. We support data literacy through initiatives like data stories that bring data sets to life, through guides such as our data visualization guide, through our data academy with courses at different levels and webinars that are open to all. We contribute to the common European data spaces that federate data from different sources, member states, stakeholders of all kinds in an interconnected data ecosystem. And all this is based on the European Union's strong commitment to fostering an inclusive, open data landscape that helps to change the world for the better. Now back to here and now. Today, we bring together stakeholders from all over Europe and beyond, policymakers, data providers, analysts, researchers, businesses, data advocates, you, all of you, to exchange on how open data approaches should evolve. And we will specifically look at the impact of artificial intelligence, how publishing and reusing open data benefits AI, and how AI facilitates the sharing and reuse of open data. Our program will take you on a comprehensive journey through the world of open data. We have planned sessions with a great variety of speakers and topics to explore open data from multiple perspectives. And I very much look forward to the ideas, discussions and connections, the learning, exchange and hopefully also fun that these 2 days will bring. And now, before we embark on our program, I really want to thank each and every one of you here in the room, online, for contributing to our data community by being here with us and participating in this journey. I want to say a big thank you to our speakers for sharing their experience and expertise. I want to express our gratitude to our partners, to our Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič, who will join us a bit later today, to the Polish Presidency of the European Union and Under-Secretary of State Rafał Rosiński, and of course a very special word of thanks and appreciation to Prime Minister Frieden and the government of our host country, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, for their continuous engagement and support. Together, and I'm really sure about that, together we can help shape a future where open data supports progress and empowerment for all, where open data fosters democracy and the rule of law, transparency and accountability. Let's make the most of this opportunity. And with this, I finish. I wish you an excellent conference, and I thank you once again very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilde. Indeed, we all share your hopes and wishes for our conference over the next day or two. But we will go first to our first keynote speech, or it's a duo of speeches, joining us both from the University of Luxembourg. We have Dr. Helena Korjonen, who is Librarian Specialist in Scholarly Communication and Open Science at Luxembourg Learning Centre, and Professor Emma Schymanski, FNR Attract Fellow and Special Advisor for Open Science and Research Data Management, who are going to take us on a data journey from obscurity to enlightenment. And how far have we really come in 18,000 years? I can't wait to hear.
Thank you. Do I start the slides myself? Yeah, right here. Ah, they're not here. Okay, fine. Fine, it's over here. Thank you for welcoming us to partner this event. Our talk today is going to give you a whirlwind tour of what we've learned in the last 18,000 years of data collection and management. This will set the scene of all the exciting talks to come. We start with a very quick look back in time at some highlighted events that changed the way in which we manage data and information, and from which we have developed new ideas or realized that we need to change. Then we move on to highlighting persistent and new challenges in our data journeys, before giving some brief highlights from University of Luxembourg. As it's impossible to cram 18,000 years into 10 minutes, because we only have 10 minutes, feel free to catch us during the breaks to talk to us. Okay, that was supposed to be the first slide. There we go. So it didn't really begin 18,000 years ago. It actually was longer than that. There have been discoveries of tools used by prehistoric man even earlier. But we start with the Ishango bone found in Congo. Why? Because the scratch marks found on this bone shows that it was a deliberate attempt at collecting and preserving data. There are many theories about what exactly the strokes in this bone mean, but this is early evidence that humans were logging numerical data for later use. As a format, bone is very durable and available. The famous Lascaux cave paintings in France date back to almost the same time. Although significant for their artistic value, they're also significant from a data point of view. Early humans quantified and recorded the world through repetitive symbols or marks. They recorded life events to aid survival and to improve life. And these paintings, although fragile, have withstood the test of time and are relatively well preserved. Oops, one too many. That's even one too many. There we go. 5,000 years ago, we have evidence that tablets were carved with important information and data, such as harvests and mathematical formulas, and payments that were made for goods, taxes that were paid. Stone was often used for important data to be preserved. 2,000 years ago, we have the first ancient libraries who were created by rulers who wanted to curate and organize knowledge into collections. They introduced the new first library structures accessible to scholars, but also the new classification systems. Scrolls of papyrus were tagged with call numbers. Librarians were gatekeepers of knowledge, and libraries contained information, and data was actually stolen or purchased or acquired elsewhere. Scholars were actually expected to deposit their research in the library, like institutional repositories today. And the greatest fear were natural disasters and fires, warfare and theft. Scholars were quite reluctant to deposit material as they were scared their data would be stolen, or taken without their permission, basically. We skip a few hundred years. We skip the Vikings who carved runor in stones, the medieval monks who copied books, etc. All across Europe, as early as middle 1400s, the churches began to collect data on populations. At first, births, baptism, marriages, and deaths, but also where families resided, their addresses, moving dates, diseases, or even punishments. This became a royal decree in Sweden in 1686, and this record is from Sweden. These books survive today and have been digitized, and you can see them on Riksarkivet in Sweden. Here we have the two oldest scientific journals in the world, published in 1665, one French and one from the UK. These contain scientific news from around the world. These were letters from male and female scientists from around the world, and they were collated into these publications. This is also where the first clinical trials were published, to share medical knowledge amongst the profession. And this is before we think about ethics in research and the need to protect research data. This journal was also peer-reviewed from the UK, and the actual procedure of peer review was invented by the Greek in the 5th century. In the late 1800s, it became impossible to manually deal with the sheer volume of data produced in the US Census. The Hollerith tabulating machine was a significant development in automated computation. It played a crucial role in the foundation of IBM today. Hollerith's invention paved the way for the development of modern computing technologies, and his legacy can still be seen in punch cards used in early computer systems. Following the data processing in the 1900s, we saw an increased need for data storage. This is Fritz from Germany, who invented the magnetic tape for storing data, video, and audio. And this is the beginning of cloud storage. Excuse me. On the pioneers of cloud computing, we have Dr. Lick, that's what he called himself, who in 1960s conceptualized the idea of a network of computers that could communicate with each other and share resources. This led to cloud storage, which is essential technology for data storage and management today. Now, in modern times, the term big data came into existence in the late 1990s with a surge in popularity of newly emerging software and systems for analyzing commercial and operational performance. We had the emergence of the internet in the 1990s that shifted data collection, interpretation, and storage. Google Search launched in 1997, major breakthrough enabling mass amounts of data to reach anyone with a computer. Data storage evolved in the 1990s with digital storage and retrieval of data becoming more commonplace and cost-effective compared to paper. And this led to the growth of efficient data storage systems, including relational databases and data analyses. In the 1990s, digital storage, the 1995, we finally have the term open data, which is first used to describe geophysical and environmental data. This is a co-pilot image trying to merge the past with the present. If we look at things that were concerns of prehistoric and ancient times, they perhaps do not look so different to today. We have difficulties with formats, for example, stones, bones, and papyrus of the day. But today we also have this problem. The sheer size of these objects, obsolescence in technology. You needed also specialists to carve, count, catalog, preserve, protect. We have threats, war, conflict, natural disasters like fire and insects. Theft was extremely common in those days. We forced scholars to deposit their work. We did that then, we do that today. This leads to ownership questions. Who actually owned the content? Sensitive data was not really a thing until modern times. The loss and misplacement of content required more security and caretaking. Today we have fancier terms, of course, copyright, intellectual property, etc. Fair principles of the day. How could you find content? Who had access? The privileged few. Finally, we come to quality and trust of content, sometimes copied down time and time again with errors, but also the question that we still question today with data sets. What's the original aim that generated these data in the first place?
So to wrap this up very briefly, how do we as a university ensure that the next generation can also learn the benefits of open data and learn all the skills needed? So as you see in a couple of slides ago, we have a fantastic modern Luxembourg Learning Center, and it's not just about books, but it's really an entire experience. We have an open science working group. We also have a lunch club community of practice that was established by Helena so that researchers can come and everyone from the university come and discuss their data management issues. We have our own institutional repository to allow the green open access. We have helpline and support. But also, how do we reach the students? How do we reach the young researchers? We have PhD inductions and workshop, information literacy trainings. Love My Data Week is actually happening next week at the University of Luxembourg. Open Access Week's happening in October. And with this, we're also doing all of the doctoral student training to build the skills. We have a lot of collaborations, and just as an example that we're working on right now is we're actually doing a lot of interdisciplinary collaborations, working actually with our digital history department to tell stories about chemicals that are actually currently actively discussed in Europe, but also make this approachable to people who are not specialist chemists like I am, but how can we make our data open to the specialists, but also our concepts, our ideas, and the stories open to those who don't necessarily work on the specialist data. So with this, we'd like to say thank you. We hope you have a wonderful EU Open Data Days. We hope you have a fantastic conference, and welcome again on behalf of the university.
Thank you very much indeed. And as you can see, you can scan that QR code. And of course, these presentations will be uploaded to the website if you missed something, as they gave us a whistle-stop tour indeed through quite a lot of information there. And the ladies will be around for networking in the breaks if you've got follow-up questions. Now, our next speaker comes to us from the University of Birmingham, and we'll talk about AI-powered digital twins and open data, building Europe's next generation governance and infrastructure. Please welcome Slava Jankin, Professor at the Centre for AI and Government and the Institute for Data and AI at the University of Birmingham.
Thanks. Yeah, maybe. Sorry, let me just check. Yeah. Thank you. I have 20 minutes to fill your time, so I'll do my best to keep it slightly entertaining. But given the history that we've just listened to, I will take you to some of the recent projects that we're working on in my center in the Institute for Data and AI, the University of Birmingham. I am Professor of Data Science and Government, and that really encapsulates what I'm doing in my work. It's bringing together political science, applications in government, but also data science and computer science. I have a joint appointment with computer science and School of Government that allows me to bring frontier technology to answer questions in political science and public policy. And with that, what we are trying to do with this project that I will be talking about is develop AI-driven digital twins using a lot of open data, which is the topic of conversation for the next 2 days. And we hope that will enable next generation of governance transformation in Europe. I think you all have seen the image. So this is February, so last month, President Zelensky visited President Trump in the Oval Office, and what was supposed to be a conversation about the minerals deal and the next steps in the Ukraine-Russia war and what Trump was putting forward as a peace process. This conversation ended up in a diplomatic disaster, and we all have seen that. So what we do have is a key question. Could this conversation been simulated beforehand? Could it be prepared? The team from Ukraine, could it be more prepared to what they faced on the day in the Oval Office? Would it have helped? Would we achieve a different outcome on the day? These are the questions that, that they are unanswerable, but these are the questions that we are trying to entertain in our work. So we are thinking that despite vast amounts of data that we have in political systems, what we also have is that political systems are often black boxes. And these black boxes often result in governance failures. Can we open those black boxes? Can we develop tools that enable policymakers to approach this in a way that allows them to tackle and prevent these governance failures? So the way we approach it in our work is through the digital twins. Evolution of digital twins starting from really concrete engineering systems, from NASA developing digital twins for their rockets in the 60s, to here's an example of a Siemens system of a digital twin of a jet engine. The evolution of such systems expanded to governance systems, and there's an example on the slide. There's an illustration of a system developed in Singapore. This is the digital city. It's used in urban planning in Singapore, and it's the most comprehensive digital twin of built environment that we have for a complete ecosystem, helping policymakers to tackle problems in in urban planning. But also lately, just before Christmas, there was release of a policy twin. This is developed by Fujitsu to create a digital twin of healthcare pathways that allows policymakers to simulate different interventions, and then based on that, identify and select specific healthcare pathways in local government, in targeted, tailored local government. And this will be rolled out by Fujitsu this fiscal year. But what we also trying to see if we can model something that is beyond this strict engineering environments. We're moving into this messy world of human systems and political institutions. So why we're doing it now is because there's an abundance of data, as these open days are showing. There's an abundance of open data in the governance domain. We also have increasing development and technological pace of new systems in AI. Generative AI capabilities have a tremendous development. And together with these frontier large language models and open data that we currently have, that this convergence creates new possibilities for research, but also for policy applications. So can we treat large language models as political agents? That's what we're trying to do in our work. We take foundational modeling that is available in LLMs, we bring it and we develop personas of political agents, and also in multi-agent systems that are powered with individual agents driven by LLMs, we allow the interaction of these agents. Conversations, negotiations, discussions that happen in political environment. We can model that. But we also can capture formal rules, but also informal, tacit knowledge that is prevalent in human institutions and human systems. And just to tackle the elephant in the room that everybody knows working with LLMs is the big question of hallucinations. So how about we treat hallucinations of large language models not as a bug, but as a feature of such systems? They allow us to tackle some things that are difficult to explore otherwise. What is often viewed as a limitation of this technology can be viewed as a benefit of this technology, because this, in invert commas, creativeness of large language models, where new things, sometimes completely crazy things, get produced by the systems. This allows us to explore corner cases, the edge cases that are otherwise difficult to explore. We can calibrate the temperature of these LLMs, explore different scenarios from the baseline with low temperature of the LLMs, the randomness of the system as it generates, exploring it as the sliding scale, increasing the creativity of the systems, exploring the space of different scenarios and prepare policymakers for that. So you can treat it as governance red teaming. We have in cybersecurity the old concepts of a red team. We can generate red teaming for governance, for policymaking, for such systems by utilizing this feature in LLMs that creates and throws hallucinations, as they're often known, using these hallucinations to explore unknown scenarios and prepare policymakers to these scenarios. So where we are with open data, we want to be much further along. Open data is available, but we are facing a lot of complexity with using this open data in our policy digital twins and political digital twins. due to standard restrictions that we have, interoperability, but also the format. PDF is not something that is easily translatable, but also the use of such APIs that are difficult to penetrate, as I will mention my colleague in the room is dealing with that. So in one of our projects that we're exploring at the moment, and my co-author is in the room working on the project, Professor James Cross from University College Dublin, collecting data on EU institutions and from input and output documents to transcripts that happen in committees in different institutions, but also how communication happens between, for example, Parliament, Council, and the Commission. And exploring this, collecting the data, but also generating a political twin of such system. Can we explore how negotiations happen? Can we explore and bring new insights into the negotiations? So just going back to the original case, how these political twins would have helped us. If you think about the Zelensky and Trump case and what happened in the Oval Office on the day, we have in the controlled hallucination scenarios, where we can control the hallucinations of such LLM multi-agent systems, the teams that prepare politicians for such negotiations, they could explore the edge cases, they could explore unknown scenarios, and thinking about the old paradigm of the unknown unknowns, unknown knowns, and explore different options that are on the table. We have this within the wargaming scenarios where you're supposed to wargame and prepare for any strategic surprises. Can we bring the same thinking to political negotiations? Prepare for strategic surprises that can happen by exploring the edge cases and the corner cases. Prepare for difficult conversations. So there's an example on the slide of Frost versus Nixon, the famous interviews of Richard Nixon done by the journalist Frost. Can you prepare for really complicated, difficult negotiation when you can explore this and red team in your negotiation? And the new technology can help you with that. We have enough information about existing stance, going back to the example of Trump-Zelensky, the stance on the Ukraine conflict. We have previous history of the first impeachment trial against Donald Trump. We have statements on social media from both Trump and J.D. Vance. We also know, can we explore the case that you have 2 versus 1 situation in the Oval Office where you had Vance and Trump in the Oval Office against Zelensky, right? So these are different things that allow us to exploit, but also can we take it the next step and can we look at the body language? There's a lot of information that is available. You can look in the picture and you can see the body language of Zelensky, you can see the body language of Vance and Trump. Can we take this information as well and bring it into the digital twins of the political systems? So we can think about twins, such twins that we develop as a preparation environment. They allow you to go beyond just prediction tools, but also prepare for something that is that you are facing. We go beyond text. A crucial aspect of political communication is that it's multimodal. It is more than just text. And this is a project by one of my colleagues at the University of Birmingham that is looking at the multimodality of political communication. Here's an example of debates in German parliament where the data is collected. You have a video stream, you have an audio stream. You can pick up additional cues from the data, from tonality to the pitch, but also the context of the speech itself to the facial expressions. This is the data that we can collect and we can feed into our political digital twin that can enable better dealing with the situation and prepare for additional scenarios. There needs to be key ethical questions that need to be tackled as well. So this ethics of the political digital twins, we need to have democratic oversight. There's obviously concern that such systems can be used by bad actors. So there needs to be democratic oversight, transparent, explainable models to build trust, fair representation of diverse perspective, and also co-creation with key stakeholders, from civil servants to policymakers, politicians, but also civil society, journalists, bring citizens on board. So political digital twins, they must themselves be governed democratically. They're not supposed to replace human judgment, but support better decision making. And just to take it to the next level, have to make it useful in everyday work. Here we have work by another colleague at the university, Professor Martin Wellisch, who is bringing immersive environment to these things. He was previously working on the United Nations, and he prepared multiple policy briefs with virtual reality immersive environments. They bring you to the level of, it's a safe environment to explore, but also it becomes a participatory experience. You can participate in a specific policy dialogue, in a specific policy briefing. What we are working on is, Professor Martin Wellisch and our team is working on working with journalists to prepare them for difficult interviews. This is a project with Al Jazeera, where they're working, how do you train journalists to prepare for interviews that may be difficult? So it's again back to Frost and Nixon example. One of the exciting projects that we are starting is working with our Birmingham Institute for Sustainability and Climate Action to work with delegates from SEEDS, small island developing states, working with them to prepare them for the negotiations at the COP30. Can you bring them to the negotiation and allow them to tap into the knowledge base that is available from all the experts that we have at the universities? Quite often delegates from SEEDS are disadvantaged by having lower resource base. But we can bring them into the negotiation, we can help them train and prepare them better for the negotiations that happen. So it's a shift from participation, from observation to actual participation that happens. So our research agenda for the next years is, first, we want to move beyond just simple modality of text to multimodal representation of political dialogue, including video, audio, and identifying different aspects of audio data and video data and bring this together in the simulation of the political digital twins. But we also want to expand it to have a holistic representation of different institutions. We want to have comprehensive political twins as much as possible. And that's why we have two different institutions within the University of Birmingham. One is the Center for AI in Government that is bringing AI to the core of deployment, or bringing AI to answer political questions. How can you deploy AI in public service delivery? How can you answer questions that facing society, from climate change to education? And then within the bigger Institute for Data and AI, we're bringing perspectives from other disciplines, from material science to smart manufacturing, to healthcare, to economics and politics. How can we identify issues and the wicked problems as we define them in research and use AI as a tool to tackle that? So that's collaboration, and we welcome any collaboration that might happen from that. And just to finish up, political twins of systems, we have the technology that is developed at the moment that allows us to prepare policymakers, but also allows us to bring citizens into the policymaking process. Using immersive environments, virtual reality, citizens can themselves participate in this policymaking process. They can experience it. So if we're talking about democratic gap, we can bridge this gap. We can bring citizens to the core of the policymaking process. We can bring them into the council decision room, into any European Parliament committee rooms. We can show them how the sausage is made. But we can also increase the participation by reducing this gap in the appreciation of what is happening. And we can also help policymakers prepare for some of the governance issues that they face, governance challenges, and the potential political failures that can happen as the diplomatic disasters that we've seen. And with that, I would like to finish and thank you very much. and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much indeed. That was an absolutely fascinating presentation. Do we have questions from the floor? Anyone got something they would like Slava to answer? I see a hand down here in the middle and one over here. So let's get the microphones, please. Okay. Keep your hands up so our hosts can see you with your microphone. Okay.
Hello. Thank you. It was crazy interesting. I was wondering, you mentioned that you already have experimented with creating digital twins for the EU institutions, for example. But then you said also that you can source tacit knowledge to inform your models. How do you do that? Like, I understand everything that is public, as documents or even videos, and but tacit knowledge, how do you tap on that?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And an easy answer is that we work with people who actually know how European Union works. So my colleague in the room, Professor James Cross, he is actually the EU institutions expert. But one of the things that we do exploit technically is that the big knowledge base that is already available, but we can also bring additional knowledge to the table. Not only the structural rules about what is the threshold for amendment being tabled, what is the voting threshold, for example, in a specific committee, but also historically what happened before. We have minutes of previous negotiations. We know what happened in similar settings previously. Looking historically allows us to identify, in terms of the evaluation of the system, how well it works. We can see, based on the historical examples, how well our simulated system can work. But going forward, if we go into this controlled hallucination scenarios where we can explore edge cases, that obviously a different perspective, and that's where experts can come in. Can we explore this in the controlled hallucination scenarios? Can we explore things that are not representative of historical perspective and what happened previously, but new things? And that's where people with underlying knowledge of institutions and how they work. And another answer to that, quite often these people have a gut feeling, right? What is these days is described as a vibe. Do you have a vibe that it looks right? So it's often like that. Experts have the best knowledge, but it's back to the point that everything we do has a human in the loop. Quite often, human in the loop sounds like an easy remark to make just to keep the control of the system in place. But here we do want to have human in the loop because a lot of this tacit knowledge is with humans and experts of the systems. And they can feed back into the system and improvement of the system. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. There's a question just here. I don't know if we'll have time for all of them, but okay. We'll take this one next.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Simone Morris. I'm with the Guild of Research Intensive Universities in Brussels, and I have to second the colleague earlier. It was a really interesting presentation. I never would have thought to go in that direction with the digital twins, so really interesting. I do have a comment or more questions and want to see how you react to that in terms of if you apply these digital twins in the policy discussion. Don't you think it actually exacerbates the existing divide between power plays between bigger countries and smaller countries? And actually, I know you talked about the ethical implications and that you work also with the small islands, but just to be also ethical in that regard, to not overly use the AI in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And that's exactly one of the missions that we have is to democratize AI, but also democratize tools that can be developed with the help of AI. And the project that I mentioned, working with small island developing states and preparing them for negotiations at COP30, that's exactly our approach. How can we bring this technology to countries that otherwise would not have the same capability? And how do we, and that's where the universities come in. And I think that's a mission of the universities to help democratize AI. We do know that there are already similar technologies used. So on one of the slides, I had the wargaming scenario, and there are already AI used in wargaming. Given the capacity that is needed to develop that, It is the realm of big countries and big players. Can we bring similar approach with political digital twins to smaller players, smaller in a way that with less capacity available to develop that? And I think that's where universities will come in, and these are the projects that we're working on. Yeah.
There was a hand I saw here. Did you get the microphone already? It was right in the middle behind the camera, because that was, keep going, keep going. No, they're all pointing down there. And we'll try and keep this one brief to stay on track for time. But Slava will be around. I'm sure you will have lots of questions in the coffee break.
All right, I'll try to keep it very brief. Thank you so much for that interesting talk. So my question is also on the ethical aspects. So I was really happy to see a slide where you discussed some of the ethical questions. One aspect that I was thinking, to what extent are the issues that you hope these political digital twins might address more really human issues that technology cannot really fix in a way? So I was wondering if that's also a question that's occurred and that you've, that you discuss as well.
Yeah, I totally agree that technology cannot fix everything, and it's not a solution for all the problems. With a specific example, if we pick up the same case that I used to illustrate it, so the Zelensky-Trump debacle, you obviously have teams that prepare presidents and policymakers to such meetings. Quite often, it's difficult to explore all the unknown scenarios that you face. And a lot of things are still based on human psychology and human behavior. But you can do much more. You can push the boundaries of what you can do. You allow this red teaming approach that is used quite often, as I mentioned in cybersecurity. It allows you to push the boundaries, but also it enables you to prepare more. But it definitely doesn't take away the human component. So I totally agree that it's still there. And again, back to the first answer, that human in the loop is not merely just mentioning that humans should be in the loop for compliance and evaluation. It is crucial for such systems to have human in the loop, to make it better, to explore things, but also to make it useful, policy relevant.
Thank you very much, Slava. I know there were more questions. I think we could have taken a whole afternoon with this presentation. It was fascinating. But a big round of applause, please, for that great show.
Thank you.
So we're moving on into our first overarching theme, if you like, open data ecosystems and governance. So I'm going to ask you a Slido question. How much do you already know about data ecosystems and governance? A little, and you're keen to know more? A lot, and you're already quite expert and eager to share your experience? Or nothing at all, which is probably not going to be the answer in this room, or indeed for those online. But please do vote. Oh, a few people want to know the basics. How much do you already know about data ecosystems and governance? You can see there, most people know a little and want to know more. Some people know a lot, and only 10% know nothing. Well, that's good to know. Okay, let's move on then to our first speaker of this thematic session. So we're going to hear about a practical guide to inventorying and opening all public sector data in your country. A tall order, and to tell us about that, we have Fulbright scholar from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Milda Aksamitauskas. Thank you.
Well, hello. My name is Milda Aksamitauskas. Thank you for having me here. I had the privilege to work in my home country, Lithuania, on a data project, and I will share 3 years in 20 minutes. So, the dream is to have all data, right? Like I imagine, like you can come with the barcode scanner, just scan the data set, and you get all the relevant information. And that would be, you know, the dream that we all have in government and others that want data. But that's not usually that easy. And I want to share the project that we did to make it a reality, really hire people, do some tasks, and produce that catalog of data. So the project framework is that Lithuania's statistics agency became a data agency. There wasn't just a name change, it was additional function added that they really integrate all data and do on-demand analysis, in addition to continuing doing official statistics. So I argue that's like a chief data officer role assigned not to one person or small team, but the whole big organization of 800 people. Lithuanians already have a centralized technical platform, we call it National Data Lake, that we can integrate data, manipulate, aggregate it, link data, produce analysis. So that's already given. We've got a 70 people team to execute this project, so that's large. The first type of people we hired, I argued for data librarians. I really like data library science, but I was booed saying this is old school, no one will apply for these jobs. So we call them information managers. They were our face and the voice to all public institutions. Of course, we had programmers, data engineers, analysts, and we also hired a linguist because over time we realized we were speaking 70 variations of data languages and we needed one voice for the data agency. And the process that we approached that, we did like a data audit or started with a deep interview with every government institution, small or large, and we just really asked, like, what data do you have? Then when we got the data, kind of their description, we took that data and described. We added metadata if it wasn't available. We did a data connection, a technical, from the institution to data agency. So over time, it became hundreds of connections. And we integrated just a little bit of data just to test that it works, that integration. And the goal was to open at least one data set from each institution. And I argued it can be really boring data set, one table, 2 columns, 5 rows. I mean, but just like to test it. And when we have a need or agreement, we'll integrate more and open more. So that was how it flowed. The timeline of our project, we were dreaming about this for many years, and then year one was 2023. We started hiring people, celebrated the first 100 open data sets. Year two was 2024. We really scaled up the team and had 100 open data sets. Year three is this year. We're optimizing operations of this whole adventure, focusing a lot on data quality. And then next year will be really kind of how we move from project to daily operations, because the inventory in some ways never ends, because there will be always changes. So the legal approach, yes, it is GDPR compliant. We had that question, I don't know how many times. But we had a national law adjustment that made, I think, the difference. Once the data is integrated, the data agency becomes data controller. So it's on us if we spill the data. We take the responsibility. There's a requirement to participate in data inventory, so that's not a choice. And then you cannot look up your neighbor, not your political opponent, not a business competitor. There are 7 allowable use cases, and typical for academic research, statistics, open data. We also want government to ask for other government data to understand context broader, and also universities to use the Lithuania's data to train students. So it's more that students in Lithuania would learn more about Lithuania's data. So that was the open data ecosystem. We have the open data portal. There's a lot of data sets are open. There have been many data reuse cases, but very typical: public transportation, tourism, permits. And so we focused that as we inventory, we wanted to add at least one data set. So some, maybe people didn't think that would be open data. Also focused on high value data sets. I think we found all of them that we have. And then the more you look, the more you find. So the quality of data is really the focus. And this is kind of where Lithuania ranks in the EU, that the quality is the lowest parameter. But so that isn't a surprise, but we're working on that. And so the room felt pretty empty in the beginning, but then we filled it. So I think the speed and scale is important, as many bureaucracies around the world are a bit similar. If you talk and people, and I hope that you go away and you forget that somebody didn't participate, it's inventory, didn't send you the thing. But we had more and more people, and we kept talking and talking. I think organizations were past that tipping point. They know we're not going away. It's really they have to participate. Now, how are we doing this? We didn't do alphabetically, and we never advised that. We picked what was important for politicians, for decision makers, so what data they were really wanted, really waiting for, and that was health data and social assistance in the beginning, and then each year we had a different focus. And for operations, I mean, the marketing departments are usually not financed well in government, so communication, transparency, it's continuous process. Those are very important. Of course, we hit the data governance. I got a lot of questions. Who are you? Who is this agency? Oh, no, we don't have any data. Sure. No, we don't use it for analysis. Oh, it's too sensitive. I really liked a lot of IT departments would bring up legal arguments about GDPR. So we stood all of those shields. I think that what was behind most of the time was low data maturity. Was no investment made, low data quality, and that's what people were hiding. It's a bit embarrassment to show what you don't have. We also found technical vendors taking some advantage of people who are not savvy about data. So as they sell software and applications, the data may not be mentioned in a contract, and they were asking for money for government to get the data. So we provided a lot of legal assistance to help get the data back to the government. And I think this also, on the other side, is opportunities that if you invest more in data, now it's more obvious where to invest and have leadership. And the centers of excellence can be in certain domains. So if one hospital does a lot of great things, then other hospitals can learn from that hospital. And standards, Europe has a lot of standards, but it has to filter down to all database administrators that they should use those standards and not create their own classification systems. So, what I would like to share for communication strategies is, we had frequently asked questions on our website. We also had internal talking points. We want to make sure that if you call around, you get the same answer, that yes, you have to participate, and this is how you do it. I really instilled on everyone that we don't judge, right? Like we find an organization, we raise our eyebrows at how good or bad it is, but we don't judge. We just take notes, we document what it is, because really wanted people to share what they have. And then in-person site visits. So we had this situation with air traffic controllers, and we were asking for very basic data. They were talking how much they have and that we cannot have it. And then they said, well, come visit, we'll show it to you. So we got this site visit, and it's not open to the public, so it was very exciting. And they shared, and it was amazing at how much they communicate with each airplane, and it's real time, and the data servers that they have. And we're like, no, we don't want a copy of that data. We just want to know the flights coming to Vilnius airport and leaving, and sort of aggregate numbers, how many people come. They're like, oh yeah, we can share that. So I think we got the conclusion, we got the data, but we also started doing more in-person visits when people were skeptical and working with us. So we visited hospitals, municipalities, we went to the zoo. They have a very interesting, somebody called it a zoo tender database for animals. So it was a perk of the project. And then we did also a couple events where we gave Data Ambassador Awards for people to really celebrate the wins. I know these are small things, but we have to make that first step. Otherwise, we'll never know what data we have in a country. So in transferable lessons, I think these inventories sound pretty boring and dry, but I think setting a bold vision, so don't think that maybe this will take 20 years, you'll never be done. But high bar that, in quite a few years, and this is a team, the lead person, the more executive sponsor, higher up in government, we had in Prime Minister's office, a very interested person who, we could do the carrots, he could do the sticks, or he could maybe have his own carrots to give to people, but that was very useful to have. And also empower the team. We had a very clear and documented process, but we wanted people to use common sense judgment. Like, when you're talking, maybe go off script, but just get the collaboration. The goal is to know what data exists, what can we integrate, and open a data set, right? Like, let's get an agreement. The basics are important, and some of the human factor. If another group brings legal team, we bring our legal consultant. If they all IT questions, then we bring IT person. Documenting things in writing, I mean, I didn't think we'll have to send so many official letters, but we did, because you could never remember who said what or didn't promise something, so everything has to be documented. Be prepared to be surprised. Some organizations do great things and no one knew, and others are very basic. I mean, not a stick with markings, but close to that sometimes. So learning that, tracking everything, that seemed painful in the beginning to the team, but it paid out big time. We tracked who talked with whom, what is the status of each task, and then we could really say not just like, oh yeah, we're busy, things are going great. We had numbers, and I'll show next slide, the dashboard that was changing daily, because every day 70 people will do something. So that was very actionable way to share how things are moving. And the synergies between traditional statistics and this on-demand analysis, and how much, you kind of figure out why it takes so long to produce statistics, but because you improve the quality, but if you want what happened yesterday, you'll have to give up some of the quality. And I think open data is really providing a taste of what data is available. Not everything can be opened up due to privacy, preserving privacy, for example, for health data. But I think there is a restrictive data use that it's not prohibited, but you have to reach some bar. Maybe you're in academia, a researcher, or it's another government agency, and you can access some of the data, do modeling, and then you still cannot open the data, but you can share the output, the final output. So I think there's a lot of, but just knowing from any type of organization what exists can really give a lot of ideas what project you could do. And so this is the snapshot of dashboards. You don't have to read what's on those, but they were changing daily, and we talked to hundreds and hundreds of organizations. We had a close, I think now 2,000 or 3,000 information systems or resources identified. And then we started looking really at data quality, and it's pretty low for most smaller organizations, but we want to really work on that and improve it so we can move them on a continuum, and that data would become really reusable. And this is, thank you. These are the information managers, the face of our organization, and the logos of just a few organizations that participated in a project.
Well, thank you. You covered a lot of ground there. I think we maybe have time for one question, if there is anyone with a question. Can you please raise your hand? One down here at the back, then. Let's get a microphone.
Yes, hi. My name is Matthias Rumpf. I've been working on an open data project at the ECB for 2 years now. And I have two very short questions. One, did you look in any way into a European dimension for the data you're opening? You talked about, you mentioned the European standards. Did you have the chance to link the data you're publishing with similar data sets from other countries? First question. And the second one, did you come across the problem that agencies were using revenues from data sharing to finance their operations? And if yes, what did you do about that?
So to the European data, I think we're still at the stage more providing data to, through open data portal, and we try to look for those standards, but we found that we're at the still lower, I think, maturity level to really compare how other countries have done. On the data, yes, so some of the registers, they are set up to sell the data, and we have not solved that problem. We really, I think, identified, and they were set up years ago before open data or kind of reuse had been foreseen. So I think we're actively working on that to find that they have a financing, their business model still can stay, but we can also share data within government or open data. So it's a conversation ongoing.
Well, those were quick questions. So is there anyone else with one quick question? Yes, over here.
Yes, thank you very much. That was super interesting, and I also enjoyed the storytelling. I'm wondering, you mentioned your agency became the data controller of the data, but then who takes the ownership of kind of making sure the data is up to date, the metadata is up to date, and the data quality is also whatever it is agreed? Is it your agency or is it the producers? And if it is the producers, then what is the carrot? Like, why do they do it at all? Is it legally mandated or?
Yes, so there is a legal mandate to inventory. They are still obligated to continue generating data and look after data quality. We're also entitled, and encouraged to tell them about the data quality issues we're finding, but we're not changing the data. It's on them to do that, and that is in a legal change of the national law.
Great, thank you very, very much indeed, Milda. And a big round of applause. So our next presentation should build on what you've heard a little bit already. It's called Towards a Sustainable Data Ecosystem. And to present, we have Bastiaan van Loenen, Scientific Coordinator, a precondition project at the Delft University of Technology. Bastiaan, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Bastiaan van Loenen, I'm the scientific coordinator of this. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, of this very nice project. This is supported by the European Commission, the Horizon 2020 Marie Curie Innovative Training Network. And in this network, 15 PhD students or early stage researchers, majority of them are PhD students, are working towards designing a sustainable open data ecosystem. I'm the scientific coordinator of this, and I'm trying to entertain you with some progress that we've made over the past 3-4 years. Because 3 years ago, the first Open Data Days, I presented the kickoff of the project, basically, and hopefully we've made some progress. Let's see. We started off with this situation in 2021, 2020. We believed that the open data ecosystem at that time was supplier-driven, exclusive, and linear, which means the government is supplying the data, only government data is included in the system, and users are using the data, and typically non-government users are using the data but not giving anything back to the system, which leaves the government in a situation where, we're missing something here. That results in a little triangle sum value. We thought that should be different, and our project is built on these 3 pillars: from a supplier-driven to a user-driven situation, from exclusive government towards inclusive, so also including non-government parties, and from linear to circular, so government also should benefit in one way or another from the data that they're providing free of charge to everybody. That should result in more value development, more value creation, and especially a more sustainable open data ecosystem. I'll try to address each of these different pillars of our project. First one is to come from a supplier-driven to a user-driven open data ecosystem. This was a starting point in 2020, 2021. The open data ecosystem is supplier-driven. The users are not involved in the decision-making processes. In our project, we focused on 8 different user groups, going from non-expert users, journalists, towards companies and open data intermediaries, some others. And for each of those groups, we asked them, well, what are your needs? And if I list these needs, there are probably none of you that would say, hey, that's a very strange need. very common needs, also addressed by Emma, Helena, also the previous presenter, very common needs. One thing that was striking to us is the bottom line. If you're asking users about their needs, none of them, or very few of them, say the need to participate in the open data ecosystem as in decision-making levels, which is striking to us. What we did see, however, is that users were basically, in a lot of instances, involved in the open data ecosystem, but not the typical end user. It was mostly the expert users. So you could also ask yourself the question, does this expert user represent the user? Does the user exist? Who is it? And is there a typical user demand that applies to all users? If you're trying to categorize users in different user groups, different ways of categorizing them, you will see that their needs significantly vary. Within a user group, between user groups, we concluded in our project that there is a non-homogeneous need that may change over time, which makes it very difficult to develop a user-driven strategy. Very difficult to satisfy all users. Maybe you can then go into a less user-driven, less expert-driven strategy. One strategy that was proposed several years ago in the third wave of open data to move towards an open data published with a purpose. So you have open data generated for a certain purpose, but then the community says, hey, we need that data for another purpose. Maybe you can tweak it, twist it a little bit so it fits also the new purpose. So that's the open data published with a purpose, and that works quite well. In certain case studies in our research, especially in Denmark, it works very well, very close connection between the community and the people that are providing the data. But open data with a purpose is not really what open data started off with. Maybe you remember Rufus Pollock in 2011. He put his quote there, the coolest thing to do with your data will be thought by someone else. Here we have the cubicle houses in the city of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. There's a 3D model available of those houses. And if you print this 3D model with a 3D printer and put some chocolate on top of it, now you have a very nice chocolate model, cubicle houses model, which you can sell or give away to someone else. Nobody ever thought about this, at least the people on the side of the government, none of them thought about this. So if you're working with a system which is purpose-driven, so you already predefined what you're going to use the data for, maybe you're missing out opportunities like this. So as a conclusion, user groups with diverse needs, no one-size-fits-all, open data publication with a purpose. It is a way to go, but it's maybe not the only way to go. If we're then looking at the second pillar, the inclusivity pillar, in our project, we defined inclusivity as not only governments who provide the data, but also non-government parties should provide their data as open data. So to make it more inclusive. We identified several non-government parties that provided the data as open data. Microsoft, Open Buildings is a very well-known one, but also the engineering company Fugro. We have Esri, Microsoft, and Impact Observatory is providing the data as open data. So there are companies that provide that data as open data. We also saw that increasingly government is becoming more smart. For example, if they are establishing or creating big infrastructure projects, then now some of them, a lot of them, hopefully more and more, add a data paragraph to the contract when they're hiring these constructors, let's say, which says any data that you're collecting for this big infrastructure project is our ownership. We control the data after the project is finished. And with that data paragraph, more and more data is becoming under the umbrella of government, and therefore Open Data Directive applies, and therefore the data that was previously not in the public arena is now publicly available as open data. So motivation is to participate. So there's non-government organizations that motivation to participate in the open data ecosystem. One is that it is positively contributing to their mission statement, or is supporting at least the mission statement. So it is positively adding to the image of the company. Another argument that was provided to us is improved visibility of the non-government party. Also, being part of a network is really an open community network, is something that these organizations stimulate to provide the data openly. And altruism was also mentioned, and especially the people active in OpenStreetMap. Maybe some of you know the project OpenStreetMap. If you're walking around and benefiting so much from OpenStreetMap, then sometimes you may realize, hey, maybe I should collect some data and add my data to OpenStreetMap to make it better. That's altruism. The most important one for businesses might be the last one, that these organizations provide some data as open data, and then hoping for those users to use the more advanced proprietary products which are available at a price. So let's say a teaser to bring into more money for the proprietary projects. Of course, motivations to provide the data openly also come with some barriers, and here is a list of barriers per user group. We have now 6 user groups. And when we ask them, what are barriers for you to contribute to the open data system with open data, then you will find at the bottom lack of resources as the most mentioned barrier in providing the data openly, because providing data as open data is not without a cost. Interestingly, we also checked which governance instruments were applied and implemented in the open data ecosystem that we studied, and we found that, I'm not going to walk there, a lot of instruments were used, except the market-related instruments. And the market-related instruments are those that are related to money. So we didn't find any government organization that's subsidizing, for example, the participation in open data user groups. We didn't find models that compensate a non-government organization to provide data which is highly relevant for society. We didn't find any tax reductions if someone is going to provide or wanting to provide the data openly. So that was interesting to see. Most other governance instruments were provided or were used or implemented. Financial one was not. We also looked or had a different, now in the project after 3 years, we have a different perspective on inclusivity. Where we started off with inclusivity means that you provide your data as open data as well. Now we realize that, well, inclusivity also is going beyond only the data. Other parties than government parties can also add value to the data sets or add value to the open data ecosystem by doing something else. A whole list of potential activities that we identified in our research project, from providing educational services, but also, for example, lobbying for open data. Something that we did not foresee when we started off the project. So, towards an inclusive open data ecosystem, it's much more than just providing data. And some side story, but one of our early stage researchers researching this. There's also inclusivity in data. We've seen that we are collecting data, but sometimes we are also not sure if it's on purpose, not collecting certain data. So they're not part of the data set. Maybe in the instance of disadvantaged groups, going here, is that, 10 minutes left. Thank you. Coming here, wheelchair accessibility, for example. Probably that's not part of the standard route planning service. That also implies that sometimes more complete or more inclusive data is what we would like to be, or would like to go after, but also sometimes it's not the way to be, to go after. For example, if some data is included in the data and that may put your life in danger, I will not address that, also provided the time. Then the third one, from linear to circular. In our project 3-4 years ago, we had the assumption that users of open government data should improve open government data and provide the new data back to the open data ecosystem as open data. And especially we'd like to have the open government data provided to benefit from that. So you have a data set, it's been used, and then the improved data set has to be delivered back. We found that all user groups in our research project are delivering something back to the open data ecosystem, but they typically do not provide the improved data sets back And if they're providing it back, they typically do not provide it back to the open data provider. Which is interesting, because again, same with the inclusivity, we identify a lot of activities that these non-government parties are performing and also contributing to the open data ecosystem. Again, here they're providing the data, so they're adding data, they're providing feedback, they are explaining errors in the data and also fixing them. They may help the open data ecosystem by providing technological infrastructure and also opening up for use by others. We have the educational services, collaboration spaces, etc., etc. There's a lot of involvement from non-government actors in the open data ecosystems, which also contribute and help the circularity part. So an example of the motivation of students to contribute back. Those are students in Denmark, area of Copenhagen, secondary school, 14 years old. And they're doing a lot of projects with data. And one of the projects is to check the quality of the water in their environment. And then the question is, well, why do you want to deliver value back? Why do you provide the data back to the system? Well, some of the motivations here: engage with the environment, what's relevant for them, help the community of the school, making the world a better place. And also an interesting one, it is part of an assignment, so we need to get a grade, and we only get the grade if we publish the data as open data. It's also a very nice trigger to stimulate students to provide the data back as open data to the open data system. So circularity, bottom line, it's much more than only providing improved open government data back to the system. There are non-government agencies, non-government actors that are doing way much more than just the data part. So if you're looking back then at the challenges, I started off with data ecosystems are not user-driven, they are linear, they're exclusive, and they lag behind in value creation. Well, 3 years after open data, we start to wonder if that's really correct. If we are really lagging behind in value creation. We more and more realize that we only know very little about the open data ecosystem and its performance. And I'm saying here open data ecosystem, not open government data ecosystem. In 2021, we were all convinced that the open data ecosystem was broken and needed to be fixed. But in 2025, we have a more nuanced picture, and if it shows, we realize that the more and more we study open data ecosystems, that we only know a really tip of the iceberg. We know open data, we know open government data, but maybe open government data ecosystem, we know something, but what's really underneath there is the open data systems, open data ecosystems where the non-government parties are playing a role. We do not really have any idea what's happening there. So, after 3 years of our project, we realized that knowledge and theory development, and maybe I'm provocative here, but the open data, this theory on open data ecosystems is underdeveloped, or you could say immature. And we really should focus in our research much more, not on government, but on non-government actors and how they deal with open data and open data ecosystem in their organization, and also focus on the complexities between the open data ecosystem within government and outside government. And as long as we don't know the as-is situation, which is outside government, maybe we could also say, well, if we don't really know what we're talking about, we also don't know if it's broken, so maybe we should also not try to fix it at this moment. Then, and I'm almost there, yes, 5 minutes left. If this is a representation of the open data ecosystem as we know it at this moment, you would say that this is a standalone system that is maybe working okay on a real-time basis. Data come, data go, actors come, actors go. There are a lot of people interacting with each other, but how it really works, how the dynamics are, how the governance mechanisms are feeding each other, how the different actors are interdepending and also influencing each other, we don't really know. Also, going back to the title of our project, a sustainable open data ecosystem, at this moment we are questioning what sustainability really means. Is it economic sustainability? Is it social sustainability? We also have environmental sustainability. And over the past 3 months, we more and more realize that also political sustainability is an issue that should be addressed in the context of open data ecosystems. Then another question, and I'm finishing off. This may be one open data ecosystem, but how does it relate to other open data ecosystems? At a national level, fine, but we also have local ecosystems. We have ecosystems in non-government areas. We have them in scientific areas. We have a lot of open data ecosystems, but we also have data ecosystems. How do they relate to each other? How do they impact each other? At this moment, we don't know. So, he doesn't like me? It's very unfortunate that I have to say that 3 years ago I presented this research project, and now we are here, 2025, and I didn't provide you with answers. So despite our nice project, I'm afraid instead of giving you answers, I only give you more questions. That's unfortunate, but that is what it is. If you would like, well, more information, there's a lot of information on our website, but I also would like you to invite you to participate in our final conference where we're discussing more the open data ecosystem and the sustainability of the open data ecosystem. And maybe we come together and then generate these answers. Thank you very much for now, and looking forward to your questions.
Bastiaan, I think we have exhausted the possibility of questions at this point, but do take a look at all those links, and they can contact you during the coffee breaks, and do follow up at the conference in Athens. So thank you once again, Bastiaan, for your presentation. Our next speaker will address data for AI, or AI for data, artificial intelligence as a catalyst for open government data ecosystems. So please welcome Anastasija Nikiforova, assistant professor at the University of Tartu.
Thank you very much. First of all, it is my great pleasure to be here and to talk about the research we are conducting together with colleagues of mine in my university, in the University of Tartu in Estonia. So basically together with Milda, who just provided us with the talk, we provide a perspective coming from the Baltic states, from Lithuania and Estonia, and given the fact that originally I come from Latvia, actually we have a quite good coverage of all Baltic states. So, I am Anastasija Nikiforova, coming from University of Tartu, Institute of Computer Science. So basically my background lies in information systems, whereas I deal quite a lot with public administration related things, including but not limited to public administration, to public data ecosystems. And what public data ecosystem stands for, we will cover just in a couple of seconds, but basically it will be very, very compliant with what Bastiaan just talked about a couple seconds ago. So, while governments worldwide at national and supranational levels with somehow less progress at subnational and local levels are striving to improve the fairness of the data, artificial intelligence presents unprecedented opportunities to unlock the potential of open government data, so that one could ask, will artificial intelligence rock us? And we will try to get an answer to this question during this talk, whereas will we succeed or not, we will see under the talk. So, because as of today, the current understanding and use of artificial intelligence are quite limited, and it is limited to specific artificial intelligence implementations in the specific settings of open government data, namely open data portals, and typically it is reduced to virtual assistants or chatbots, which are rather primitive in their nature. However, artificial intelligence emerges as a broader avenue for transforming governance, enhancing transparency, fostering citizen engagement, to name just a few, within open government data lifecycle and data ecosystem. So before we proceed, since I introduced some terms of lifecycle of open government data and also data ecosystem, let us introduce those concepts very, very briefly, just to set a common ground of understanding. So when we talk about open government data lifecycle, it is about those stages, those phases, data flows within open data ecosystem, namely pre-processing, exploration, transformation, and maintenance, where of course within each and every data lifecycle stage we have a bit more, such as for pre-processing, it is about creation, it is about harmonization of the data, publishing. When we talk about exploration, it is about interlinking the data discovery and also data exploration, and etc. When we talk about open or public data ecosystems. So basically, I would love to expand this term a bit towards public data ecosystem, and the reasoning behind actually have been set by Bastiaan, I would say, because he has raised a question of whether it is indeed about open government data ecosystems, but rather not open government data ecosystems, but rather open data ecosystems. And even worse, we have a bit more data ecosystems which communicate with each other. Therefore, together with colleagues of mine, we leverage from the term of public data ecosystems, which is a bit broader. But it refers to a dynamic network comprising interconnected elements that leverage a range of data-related activities that encompass the entire data lifecycle I have just introduced, involving diverse stakeholders. Again, Bastiaan have covered plenty of them, so he simplified my talk very much, and thanks for this, because I don't have to cover very many background details. And all these stakeholders have very different, varied objectives, and not all of them can be foreseen in advance. So together with colleagues of mine, we also produced conceptualization of public data ecosystems, but again, I will not go into detail because it is also not the core of this talk. And the idea, the intent to present it was rather to settle the ground for this talk. But it, as you can see from this simplified model, because we decided not to go too deep into those elements, so basically to stop on 3 levels. As you can see, it is quite complex. It evolves around a couple of elements, such as data, such as processes, such as stakeholders, but within each and every element, you can find a number of other sub-elements, and for those sub-elements, a couple of more sub-elements. And even worse, it is nowadays not only about open government data and open government data ecosystem per se, but it is rather about different contributors to data ecosystem. It is to say that it is not only about open government data, but it is also about open citizen data, open business data, and open science data. So those boundaries become blurry. But to simplify this, let me just map it to a very classical golden triangle consisting of people, processes, and technologies, because it goes very nicely to open data ecosystems as well, or public data ecosystems, because open data ecosystem is considered to be a subset of public data ecosystem, where we had data as an element to be added on top of it. And again, as Bastiaan emphasized in his talk, it is not merely about open government data ecosystem, because here comes our conceptualization of public data ecosystems, where open government data ecosystem is, if you, unfortunately I don't have a pointer, so it is just one ellipse, violet ellipse, whereas from our perspective, public data ecosystem is about much more, including smart city data ecosystems, including Internet of Things, including data spaces, and many, many more elements which are communicating with each other, and thereby expanding the boundaries of one data ecosystem and enriching, contributing to something a bit broader, namely public data ecosystems. Again, as it was emphasized before, it is not static, it is evolving, and those data ecosystems are no longer as they were in 80s or 90s, and of course they will no be longer as they are at the moment in a couple of years from now. So again, together with colleagues of mine, we have analyzed how these data ecosystems evolved over time, what were those milestones and triggers to transition from one generation to another generation. And we are now focusing on this 6th generation, or forward-looking generation of public data ecosystems, which, as comes from our analysis, is empowered by emerging technologies, where, surprise, surprise, artificial intelligence is one of those emerging technologies. So the question, what is the role of artificial intelligence in open data ecosystems? To this end, together with another team of colleagues of mine, we have conducted a study predominantly relying on the literature around artificial intelligence and its use in open data ecosystems. And we have identified that there are at least 8 different so-called ideal types, or let us put it simply, roles of artificial intelligence within open data ecosystems. Upon analysis of theirs, but basically driven through the lenses through which we have analyzed those artificial intelligence applications in open data ecosystems, we have realized that this goes to Portal as a point of interest and data ecosystems, where artificial intelligence, in the case of Portal, can act as curator, explorer, linker, and monitor, whereas for data ecosystems as data retriever, connector, and value developer and engager. let me try to very, very briefly describe those different types of roles artificial intelligence plays in open data ecosystems. So when we talk about artificial intelligence as a portal curator, it is with a reference to the role of artificial intelligence to facilitate the publication of open government data in the portal, automating underlying tasks such as tagging, categorizing, and data quality checks. So basically everything what data publisher is expected to do before the data is published, and what tend to be very resource-intensive tasks in terms of both time, costs, and also human resources. So that artificial intelligence actually can leverage here by automating or augmenting this. And with the reference to a couple of those areas for tagging, for instance, whereas it is at the prototype level, but nevertheless, we have a couple of evidence at the moment. Artificial intelligence can also act as a portal explorer so that it helps users' exploration of the data through tools such as natural language interfaces to access, to facilitate access to data and improve search capabilities, including but not limited to artificial intelligence, virtual assistants, and chatbots. And from our analysis, we got an evidence that actually this category can be described as the richest in terms of empirical evidences. And here comes just a few examples coming to say from my friends or colleagues, because I'm an advisory board member for Switch Open Data Navigator, and also in very good relationships with Lobby. And even more, it is also about InLook AI. And as far as I know, we have developers here. So yeah, they have just raised the hand. So should you be interested, you can talk to them because it is very, very interesting solution on how to communicate with your data and how to communicate with this data, not only for data quality experts, but rather for what is being called mortals. So even if you do not possess data quality or data analytics knowledge and experience. Artificial intelligence can also be useful as a portal linker. So because artificial intelligence allows us to transform and aggregate open government data to present it optimally to developers and other users, including but not limited transforming data into linked open government data. So basically what was the very original idea of open data. So not only to make it statically available in a sort of repositories of open data portals in the form of open data portals where those data sets are rather standalone data sets, but to make them interoperable as it comes also from fairness principles. Artificial intelligence as a portal monitor so that it monitors and ensures portal compliance with standards, detecting anomalies and improving metadata quality. With a couple of more examples coming with respect to data ecosystem, so a bit broader perspective, such as artificial intelligence ecosystem data retriever, where artificial intelligence can be leveraged to identify and retrieve data from external sources, and not only open data portals, such as, for instance, currently European Open Data Portal provides us aggregation of 35 portals, but it is going a bit beyond even to aggregate not only those static data sets and tabular data sets, but also leveraging those not unstructured data, such as legal text, reports, and etc. And even more, so it is not only to put them into open data ecosystem because they are of relevance, topic-wise or similar, but rather also to retrieve some data from them, structuring and proposing them to the open data ecosystem as a standalone data set which can enrich or be used complementary to the data we have in our ecosystems. Yet another role or ideal type, ideal profile of artificial intelligence comes to an AI as an ecosystem connector, where artificial intelligence can facilitate connecting actors of the ecosystems based on their interests and recommending data sets or other assets of interest, where we can switch from merely recommendations as they were in the past, which were based on tags or keywords, which in turn were also dependent of various data publishers have provided sufficient and relevant tags and keywords, where again artificial intelligence can contribute by suggesting those tags, but also making a switch towards a bit more advanced recommender systems, such as, for instance, currently one participant of my team is working on the semantically rich recommender system, which respects semantic relationships between different data elements within dataset, within dataset descriptors such as titles, metadata, description of the dataset, and etc. They will be making a switch towards more advanced recommender systems and more meaningful recommendations of those data objects. And one of those, last but not least, roles is value developer, so that artificial intelligence supports value creation process by supporting services or product development using open metadata as a core or supplementary source, including but not limited to development of AI-powered dashboards for visualizing and analyzing open metadata or suggesting appropriate analytics techniques, so that if you do not possess knowledge with which techniques would be the most applicable, the most appropriate for analyzing your dataset, there are a couple of prototypes which allows you to make the right decision based on the data and respective elements of this data. And artificial intelligence as ecosystem engager, facilitating engagement of stakeholders in continued participation in the open government data ecosystems, such as through predicting the use of the portal to improve user engagement. But this is to say at least 8 roles of artificial intelligence 8 roles of artificial intelligence in open data ecosystems for portal and for data ecosystem as a whole. So 2 perspectives, inwards and outwards perspective, through the data lifecycle, from pre-processing of the data to maintenance of the data. As such, we can think of this as a process model, starting with curation of the data and finally achieving this engagement through all those types, roles we have covered so far. So this is just mapping one-to-one. And what we have identified together with colleagues of ours is that from perspective of both theoretical development, so those prototypes developed or scientific articles produced, and empirical evidence, at the moment, linkage, development, and engagement are those profiles, those types of processes which are underrepresented. And this is an open question of various artificial intelligence just do not possess capabilities we could leverage, or rather these processes are just underdeveloped, and this is yet to be explored and to be found out. Even more, I would say that although we are typically discussing artificial intelligence, it is not merely only about it, because it is about much more types of intelligence, as comes from a proposal of Stefan Verhulst, who will be delivering the keynote tomorrow. It is not only about artificial intelligence, it is also about data intelligence, collective intelligence, and embodied intelligence. And in the current circumstances, all the generative artificial intelligence, of course, is a subset of artificial intelligence, but I would rather put it separately due to various reasons. We will not be able to dive due to time constraints. And only when coupled together, these forms of intelligence could help improve the decision-making capacity of development practitioners and enabling them to better understand and communicate relevant insights when implemented effectively. Of course, the question is what this implemented effectively stands for. And yet another open question to be considered and to be addressed, of course, is related to risks. So we cannot forget about the risks, or to put it differently, great data comes with great responsibility. And this refers to both those risks associated with data per se, as they were known before the AI hype or the AI reality as we know it today, but it is also about AI risks, with a reference to both to technical, ethical, political, and also general societal and adoption risks, where technical stands for AI readiness of the data, of AI governance, of data availability and quality. Ethical risks refers to all the biases and discrimination as they are evident today, the need for responsible and transparent artificial intelligence, and etc. And we, as European Union, as comes from the current geopolitical situation and those changes, especially in the neighboring continents, take a good position really to lead those efforts, so basically to adopt artificial intelligence responsibly, respecting all those risks associated with it, and still leveraging its opportunities. So it is time to unlock artificial intelligence for public data ecosystems, including but not limited by merging those different types of intelligences as named before, whereas how to do it, it is yet another open question for us researchers, but of course everyone is welcome to join our discussion. And then artificial intelligence will definitely rock open data. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. So, questions. Who would like us to develop this a little bit more? Any questions from anyone here? I see a hand just down here in the middle. Any others? Okay, get the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for this very fast and interesting presentation. I used to make a study for Estonia, and I had to look through 200 different databases to look for data just for one project. And I'm really impressed by the data quality of Estonian government website. But then when I go to look at the other data sets, it's not so easy to find just a few grains of data that are relevant. So these tools you presented could be very interesting in merging or bringing together different sources. But the key question is that who will do the preparation for these tools, because you basically have to go on your own, like poking through these ministries' website to look for the data set, and they're not always readable, and they may not be even, like for example, you look for student mobility data, it may not be under Ministry of Education, it could be under another ministry. So you don't need a lot of human efforts before that. And how customizable are these tools for human input in the preparation for these data aggregator, or how do you say, linker, connector? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and also thank you for acknowledging the efforts done by Estonia. It is very, very nice to hear it. First of all, an immediate comment with the reference to those obstacles you faced with regards to Estonia and open data. Currently, there are some efforts in pushing this towards, because we have the data officer who is very interested now in collaborating together with academia, and not only with academia, but also with the private sector, in order to really put this open data ecosystem at the new and more advanced level, so hopefully it will be addressed. Whereas, yeah, your question is how to address it. And it is, of course, always a very tricky question. So basically, who will deal with this? Because we can propose those decisions, those solutions, but whereas they will be adopted, it is another question. First of all, I would say that it is about these collective and collaborative efforts to be made in order to also, including to identify who could be the right person to do so. With regards to those different repositories you were forced to explore, this might be answered with this intent to have a centralized repository, as we typically do, or at least did in the past, when we talked about open data ecosystems, so that we have an open data portal which aggregates data from all other resources. This is also what we explored together with a colleague of mine in the last year with regards to those municipal open data, which are not yet on our national open data portal, whereas we are taking now steps towards tackling this issue as well. But again, we are facing the issue that local municipalities consider that government should cover those expenses and also bring those human resources, etc. Whereas national perspective is that actually local governments must be more involved and contribute to this process. So it is again a sort of ping pong, yeah. And I would say that there is no one answer, unfortunately, to your question. It will be dependent on a case-by-case basis, and it will be just the matter who will win this ping pong game, who will be in charge of tackling those issues.
That was a very rapid answer to quite a lot to squeeze in. So very well done, Anastasija. I suggest you follow up bilaterally for a bit more granularity, but thank you for squeezing it into the time. And on to our next speech in the topic of open data ecosystems and governance. We have joining me, we have Lars Holm Nielsen, who is head of open science infrastructure at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, to tell us all about Zenodo. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's on. So the 27 EU countries spend about 100 billion euros per year on academic research and development. But a lot of the data that they produce is not really reusable. So what we would like to be able to do is things like with these ship's logs, for instance, from the 18th century that is today being used by climate research and has also been highlighted by others that the data we collect today, we don't know how it's going to be used tomorrow. But even if we look at reproducibility, then there's a study that tried to replicate 53 landmark papers in cancer research, and we're only able to replicate 6 of them. And I guarantee you that if you try to reproduce these 2 papers that presents the Higgs boson discovery at CERN, you won't have enough information because it's 15,000 people building a particle accelerator and operating it, okay? But even just accessing research is an issue, okay? We have journal articles locked up behind commercial paywalls, publicly funded. We have a lot of data growth, and for a researcher, it is non-trivial today to figure out where to actually just put 1 terabyte of storage. I mean, I can go down in MediaMarkt and buy a disk of 1 terabyte for 100 Swiss francs, right? But they can't find a reliable place, let alone that most researchers, they are not long-term research data managers. You need specialized people to do this stuff. So the EU has put in place the EU Open Science Policy that says make research accessible, transparent, and reusable. Or, said differently, we want to be able to do more science and better science for those 100 billion euros a year. So how does that look like if you're a researcher? Well, if you receive Horizon Europe funding, then you have a long list of requirements, and among that, you have to do your journal articles open access, there's requirements on open data, managing it in line with the FAIR principles, okay? And the big question for a researcher becomes, how do I actually do that? And you see from the table of contents that the open science requirements are by far not the only requirement they have to comply with. So at CERN, we've built a general purpose repository where researchers can share and preserve their research together with the European Commission. And for a researcher, they're able to share any kind of like software, data, posters, presentation, anything that is an output, digital output of a research project. Okay, they describe it with a little bit of metadata, title, authors, things like that. They can add a lot more, but at least the minimal thing. They hit publish, and from that point on, CERN takes on the responsibility of hosting that data for the long term. Okay, so we've been supporting various stages of the open science policy since 2013 now, and we have about 400,000 users on Zenodo across 9,000 organizations, over 161 countries worldwide. So, for CERN, Zenodo is a small layer on top of what we are already doing. We're hosting large-scale data infrastructure for the particle collider. We have about a 1 exabyte, and if you can see it, this small black dot is the size of Zenodo compared to the size of all the other data that we're hosting, okay? The tiny black pixel is 1 terabyte. So, since 2024, we have now an EU Open Research Repository as a small dedicated area on Zenodo that links all the EU-funded research on Zenodo. So, when we were building this, one of the main challenges we had was on data curation. So on Zenodo, anybody can go there. That's one of the benefits. Anybody can go and upload research. We have minimal automated validation, but for the EU Open Research Repository, we needed a much higher level. And I'm not the first one to highlight that curation is hard. Just doing minimal curation, not even expert curation, requires 2 FTE for a very small part of Zenodo. It takes about 4 FTE full-time employees to run and operate the entire infrastructure on top of Zenodo. This is a high cost on data curation compared to running infrastructure. So as part of the requirements for a researcher, you have to link it to a grant. Okay, you have to link to what was the funding requirements. And we have about 4.5 million records on Zenodo, so we had to go and look at, is this actually a trustworthy grant link at the first place? There's some titles missing, I see on my slides. So what we used was basically open data. So the EU Publications Office, they host an open data. They have the Cordis database where there's information about grant information, about all the Horizon Europe funding, Horizon 2020, FP7, all the things. We were able to combine that and basically validate 120,000 records, first with heuristics combining these things, and then we had a further 1/3 of all this data had to be validated normally by a human. Now, what we're able to do today is, of course, using the large language models, we're able to basically boil that down to a single 1,000 records that has to go down to something where a human has to go in and look at it. And not only once we have the validated grant link, we're able to pull in data from Cordis into the records that is being published by researchers that have no strong intent to provide a lot of metadata. And for each of the grant, they provide a field of science. This is humanly labeled data that we can pull in and then use it to build views over the data and show that we have social sciences, natural sciences, engineering, medical, show all the breadth of the data being hosted in Zenodo by having this data available from Cordis. Now, that was on the automated level what we can do. We still need humans and experts involved, okay? So at the moment, there's about almost 3,000 EU projects using Zenodo. And what we've done for them is that they can set up a self-managed area. They have incentives because they're getting funding to actually publish this. They have requirements to publish it. That we give them a tool where they can publish it and they have an incentive to actually validate it. Now, the problem becomes that they do know about their data, but how do we harmonize that for 3,000 people? And that is simply by pulling in and by doing a compliance check directly in the interface. You can't teach 3,000 people or more very easily how to do these things. You just gotta build it into the interface, okay? So that means we've put up a data curation framework where we basically distribute a lot of the content to a large number of experts and get expert curation from this. We help them by automating as much as possible and give them incentives. And by this, we're able to lower the cost of the curation and increase the quality. So the second key challenge was around the FAIR data principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And this is where we've been already on Zenodo been doing quite some things. So this is an example from biodiversity, just to give a practical example. When you researcher find a new biological species, it gets written up in a journal article. And when you start looking into it, there's something about the material that they're looking at. And you see there's geographic coordinates, there's date of collection, there's collector, there's the museum collection where this physical specimen is in. This is data locked up in a PDF prison. So that means that we can't do a query that says, give me all data, all the biological species on Earth you know in this area. You can't go and get all the images of a biological species and use it for AI model training. Okay, you can't ask my museum collection, what is all the species that have been described? And this is 260 years of research in biodiversity. And I see this in many other sciences that there is this data locked up inside. So what we've been doing there is work with multiple different organizations, and it really takes this ecosystem where somebody, an organization called Platzi, is able to process and mine these PDFs, extract the data. They preserve it in Zenodo because they do not have the scale to host it for the long term. Zenodo is not the place where all the biodiversity researchers go, so we're able to distribute it out for discoverability in various services where they can do, and that means that they can do basically these geospatial searches in, for instance, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. And we have each of the individual items of this, these journal articles inside Zenodo. So for the EU Open Research Repository, we wanted to go just a tiny bit further, okay? So all of this is basically FAIR metadata. And that means that it's everything except the image of this millipede you're seeing here. And the question then becomes, what about the actual data? So this is where everybody is right now, is like the actual data that we're putting into these repositories. We've been talking about FAIR, but it's all the metadata, it's never the data, okay? So we're really taking very tiny steps, and the first thing is just that most professors will tell their PhD students which tool to use, and they might not produce files that are readable in 5, 10, 50 years. So simply informing people, are they using an open and scientific file format? And if not, perhaps the next time they deposit something, it might be in a better state, okay? So going further, the plans for the EU Open Research Repository is basically more of the same. It's very easy to say the ease of use of this is what drives it. okay? But it's very hard to build an interface and link all these things together to make it usable. I'm sure most of you have the same issues here. But it is what drives the adoption. It is why the Zenodo today is the world's largest general purpose repository, is because we've been able to keep things very simple. This is what everybody should be saying, right? Using AI and supporting AI. But I think here we're seeing examples of it today, how we can lower the cost with these new tools. They're non-trivial to integrate, okay? But also, I think it's an opportunity for repositories in the sense that when you talk about fair data, then all the AI tools and all the AI software packages is more or less the same across all the different disciplines that we have, okay? And by being able to feed these model and training algorithms with the data in the repositories, we're able to actually standardize some of this data that is going inside the repository and being consumed by the AI training, okay? So the EU Open Research Repository, I think, is a great example of how you have to provide some of the means for researchers to comply with the policy, otherwise it doesn't get done. It's a way to show that the multi-billion euro investment that have been done in CERN is also reusable. We are building things on top of existing infrastructure, and hosting things for the long term is very a difficult thing. Okay, so this EU Open Research Repository is really an enabler of this open science policy. Not the only one, but one of them. The ease of use already said. And then I think the last part is, of course, that when we have more and more data to curate, we ask more and more people to publish, okay? So we gotta find ways to lower the cost of this data curation aggressively and thereby increase the quality and thereby also do more science and better science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions? Who would like to start? We'll go over here with the microphone. And you have been very timely, so you can take a breath and answer in as much detail as you want.
Yeah, hello. I'm George Lobo from the Commission. I have one remark. I mean, the remark you made about you need 4 FTE for data curation. I think it's rather small compared to 100 billions of research. So that was my remark. The thing is that I wanted to understand if you have a link. There is this European Open Science Cloud data space that is in the building. What is your link? How you contribute to that? Are you part of it? Are you a part of it?
Yes. So the EU Open Research Repository is funded by the Commission through this Horizon Europe. It's with DG RTD that we're working in the Open Science Department. It's the same where also all the European Open Science Cloud is, and Zenodo is part of the European Open Science Cloud and feeding into this big picture. Also with you have kind of like the triangle of the Open Research Europe publishing platform, where you can publish journal articles. You have EU Open Research Repository where you can publish data. And now you have the European Open Science Cloud EU Node, where we're trying to make all of these works together. All of them are fairly recent coming in place, so we're still missing some of these connections, but clearly the supporting AI use case is one where you want to be able to go to the EU node, run your analysis, pull the data down from, for instance, Zenodo or another place, publish it, and write a journal article.
Okay, more questions. Who else has a question? Get a microphone. Do you hear in the center, please?
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I have a very practical question. So researchers can publish their data on your platform. And I was wondering if you had some tools to keep it up to date, if you were recontacting researchers to make an update of their data, because I think that's quite of a big challenge to upload it once, but to keep it up to date is something else.
Yeah, and also you have researchers developing other researchers' data and improving it. So I think you have, as some of the other examples was given, that you have this, how do you develop the data over time? So what we allow is that you can version it, you can publish new version, we can link them together. But then the other part of Zenodo is that it's also for archiving of the data set itself, that can be used as a validation of a scientific article. So we got to keep the original version of it as well. So there's this thing of like having a record, full scholarly record of what happened versus allowing this. And it's something where I think there's a lot of ideas, but none of them has worked so far.
Okay. Any more questions or thoughts that you would like to see developed here? Yeah.
So your initial part was reproducibility of research. And basically, if everything is open, like the data behind, the metadata, the methodology, everything, then AI could check if this research is correct. And then you have another step and say, okay, this is done correctly or wrong.
Yes, and that's outside of my area. Where I'm good at is, and concerned about, is providing that storage, that long-term storage for the data so that you can actually go back to it and see if the AI did a proper job or not. But I think that's why we're looking into FAIR, why we're looking into all these things for the repository thing. So how do we provide the data to humans and machines in a way that, that makes sense, okay?
Yes, I see one just on the aisle here.
Good afternoon. My question is about your platform. There was a comment from a previous speaker saying that how the APIs are open to AI solutions. How is your platform able to let AI agents to get in the information? How it is interoperable?
So So if there was the one and final API that did this, I would be happily implemented, but that's not. So one of the things about all this fairness, right, is that we on the software side of Zenodo build in ways that makes the repository discoverable. So that means that you include things in the response on the server for a machine to be able to interpret it, okay? And there's something called fair signposting that we support. There's the metadata vocabularies that you're using to describe the things that we support, okay? And this is, it's a non-solved issue. We're part of this European Open Science Cloud Fair Digital Metrics task force, where one of the things is exactly like, you know, trying what are the APIs that we can access this with, right? But then the tools evolve all the time, so you're never at the forefront of delivering the data. That's for sure, okay? We're always a bit behind, and then there's yet another tool that does a better job in the AI model training, okay?
Okay, sorry for our host, you're going to have to run right down the back again, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. So thanks a lot for the presentation. I have a question related to the long-term storage of the data you have. So, I mean, we've looked very far backwards in the time and from the start of this presentation. And then if we look hundreds or more years in the future, do you think that the data you have stored will still be there? Is there a way to make sure of that? Are those things that you think about?
So we think perhaps 10 years out in the future, 20 years. So CERN, they would like to build another tunnel of 100 kilometers. So if you keep funding CERN, there's still a CERN around for the next foreseeable future. So I think that the only way to preserve things, so the thing is this really accessible? The only way to preserve things is replicate it in multiple copies. Okay, this is outside. There's nothing that guarantees that CERN doesn't close down in 10, 20, 30 years. Hopefully not tomorrow, right? But it is, when you start looking at it, one of the organizations that have, that really has the trust to be able to handle this right now for all this data that doesn't fit in existing. So Zenodo is not meant to be this place where everything goes in. It's meant to be the place where if you can't find any other place, then we're there to catch it, okay? And I think as long as we can focus on that use case, that it's a small thing, then I think we can preserve it quite far. If we start collecting all the data now, we do get, for instance, quite a lot of requests of like repatriating US data that we these days. then it's not gonna, we are not the storage for everything, right? But it is something that is concerning, and I don't think anybody has good solution. There's lots of trustworthy certified repositories that have gone off the planet, right? So it's hard to be sustainable. So far we've been sustainable for 12 years. That's how I say it.
I mean, it's an interesting question, of course, and you look at it from an energy sustainability point of view as well. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from anyone? And yes, I'm here.
Thank you for the inspiring talk. I was wondering, if my understanding is correct, one of your business practices is to integrate in the interface the things you want to push the community, like fairness of data. I was wondering, how is, because we also have the same considerations for data.europa.eu, and we do use the DCAT-AP, but then you cannot, from a business perspective, ask for too many compulsory properties, because then this will make people not, it's not easy to use anymore. So how do you strike this balance? And in your experience, has your business practice of incorporating stuff, integrating in the interface worked?
So I think based on that, with the world's largest general purpose repository, yes, it worked. Okay, Zenodo was for a very long time very simple and very limited in what it could do, but it provided the very basic features. So I think you can go very far with that. I think it's good practice to not be too strict. I've seen too many examples. 80% of the stuff fits in one category, and the remaining 20% you just don't get if you require it. So I think being lenient on what you accept, and perhaps you don't choose not to show it as much or other things, but at least get it in some way, because otherwise you just don't know about it. So this is something that I definitely think work, and as I say, ease of use is very simple to say, very hard to do.
Okay, now I should say we are at the end of this section for this theme on the open data ecosystems and governance. Lars, I'm not letting you go yet, but what I'm going to do is broaden the scope a little bit. So if you have questions for any of the previous 4 speakers, if you didn't get a chance to ask, we can get the microphone to them as well, because this closes out this theme. So any questions that we didn't get to take earlier, now is your chance to raise your hand. Have we answered everything? Okay, Nico has a question.
So, thank you, Lars. I have a question more as a citizen rather than as an expert in open data, and maybe you can answer as a citizen, because I understand this is over your field of expertise. So the EU is sharing its research data, and I was wondering, are other big powers, let me call them, do the same as we do? Do they get value from EU-funded research, maybe, and we don't get something in response? Thank you very much.
Yes. So from a funding perspective, Zenodo is funded primarily first from the European Union. Of course, CERN provides some of the funding, but we also do have funding, for instance, from the US National Institute of Health. Okay. And while the EU, they provide some of the things and some of the features that they use, they also provide some of the funding that we're putting into the EU Open Research Repository. So I think one of the other reasons why Zenodo today is also so popular is that it's open for everybody. It does not really have these funding boundaries, national boundaries, discipline boundaries that we put up around all the things. We've been able to say, okay, we take the data, and this way we also support developing countries, okay? But these boundaries is not how research works. We have researchers from the US participating in EU projects and vice versa. So having this platform, a common platform where there wasn't a judgment of where you come from, has also supported Zenodo in growing, right? And it is being used basically, as said, in 161 countries worldwide. We see a very small number of usage from each institution. So the biggest institution is perhaps 600 users on Zenodo from the same institution, but it's really spread out over a large number of organizations.
Thank you. Any further questions on open data ecosystems and governance? Oh, yes, one in the middle. I was going to say speak now or forever hold your peace, but we have one here and then another one out on the aisle edge over here.
It's a question for Slava.
Okay.
If possible. Yeah.
Since we talked about digital twins, political twins, and the possibility to forecast the outcome of conversations, my question would be, which foundational models would be used to do so? What data would they be trained on? And how is this data checked for biases? And how do we differentiate between the biases that are desirable, that capture the dynamics that we do want to forecast, and which biases are retaining discriminatory dynamics that we wish to not perpetuate in our society, and whether that's even a problem.
Thank you, Slava, for staying on. If we can see if Slava's over here with a microphone to answer that.
It can be a very long answer, but with a short answer to make it to the coffee break is that we should approach it experimentally. We should experiment with different models. That's obviously a problem that we face, and bias is built in. So the experimentation will go from the latest and greatest in private models, but also trying to replicate it with the open source models and see how far we can push open source models to get to the quality of the private closed models. But it will be a trade-off. It will not be on par performance. But I think that's where our moral judgment comes in, and what do we want to get out of the systems? Do we want to get open source? Do we want to identify the bias? Do we want to fix? Do we want to debias as much as we can? Or do we want to get the best performance to explore the corner cases? It is likely that we will have to do both and have a system that is using open source, transparent as much as possible model, transparent to the level of not simply having a model with open weights, but also the model where we can see the data that went into the frontier model to train. So like something close to what Allen Institute for AI is producing. And then also fully proprietary models. It's a full spectrum, but it's another level of experimentation that we'll need to do. And at the end of the day, it's the objective to the model that we set up, to the twin. And depending on the objective, what are the things that we want to explore with the system? But it's an empirical question.
Thank you. And I should say I'm seeing quite a lot of activity on social media around some of these topics as well, particularly your presentation, Slava. And I will take this opportunity to remind everyone that you can go on the social media of your choice and use the hashtag EU Open Data Days 2025 to share your thoughts. And I say this again to those of you joining online as well. Make sure that you do that as well. It's a way to interact with those who are here in Luxembourg, as well as all of those from across the continent. Now, I saw a hand over here. Who is your question for, please? Okay, so microphone's back again.
Maria Sefčovič from the Publications Office. You mentioned the Cortis database. I'm wondering, is there an overlap between the two repositories, the EU Open Research Repository and the Cortis repository, or the two, those platforms complement each other?
They highly complement each other in that we are fully dependent on your data set that you're providing to be able to have these grand legs and be able to make it useful, right? So, for instance, we've been in projects with other repositories where you have to ask for a grant identifier. And some people, they just allow copy-paste of a grant identifier, where we allow you to search through the data set and select it, okay? And what you see is that when you allow copy-paste, you don't get a usable grant identifier. Okay, most of these, then you have all sorts of errors in this identifier that mean you have to guess what grant was it. Whereas when we are able to use your data set to simply display the title, we know start, end date of the project, funding, which organizations, we can automate a lot of the things on our side to validate these grant links. Okay, so it's really, really what we need and very useful. Thanks.
Thank you. More questions? Yes, here on the aisle. And who is it for? It's going to be for Slava again. I thought it might be, so we're going to need another microphone just down here, please.
Thank you.
Is it working? Yes, okay. My name is Sachi Bayramli. I'm from the United Nations University Chris from Bruges, Belgium. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I have a background in international relations, so I'm doing global health now. It's very interesting for me that you talked about this political twins and modeling. I was wondering, in the case of also President Zelensky and Trump, okay, we will do a modeling, and then there comes an emergency situation or crisis situations. What guarantees if the digital modeling will be accordingly used by humans, let's say politicians, in times of crisis, if there's a big pressure on them? So what will be the guarantee for that? Thank you very much. And sorry, how it will affect the future of the science and digital modeling? Thank you.
Thanks. Very interesting question. So the future of digital modeling, we've seen the evolution of digital twins moving from physical space, from engineering space to governance. And we are proposing to use it also in political space. So the case of Zelensky and Trump, what we can bring this is exploring additional things, bringing preparation to the next level. In the mode of crisis, if crisis happens, this is probably the opportunity to explore additional scenarios. So one way to think about it is another tool that allows you to explore and prepare. And if we think within the European Union, we can explore how things travel across boundaries in multi-level governance domains, across different levels of governance. We can explore things that are difficult to do otherwise. It's not a replacement. It's, using the old phrase, it's augmentation and support for existing decision-making tools.
Thank you, Slava. Thank you all very much for the interesting discussion and the questions, and also to Lars, of course, for his presentation. But I'm going to hand the floor over now for our keynote speech to our Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security, Interinstitutional Relations and Transparency, Maroš Šefčovič. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Bye. See you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone, dear Director General, dear Hilde, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Usually when I'm on this podium, I'm sweating a lot because it's after the council meetings which are taking place nearby. So there is a lot of journalists who are having very, very inquisitive questions, but I'm very happy that today's occasion is a little bit different, because we are going to debate and discuss very, very important topics about the open data, about the data analytics, as we just heard in the discussion and exchange just a minute ago. I understand that we have a lot of guests, not only here in the room, but also more than 2,000 colleagues, friends, partners connected from all over the world, and I'm really happy, and I would like to thank Hilde for organizing this event, also our representation here, because it's very important to have this discussion, particularly in these days. And of course, it's always a pleasure to be in Luxembourg. They've been doing the utmost, even arrange the weather for you. It's not always like this, I can tell you. Because I think Luxembourg and Brussels are competing about more rainy days per year, and I think Brussels is winning. But today it's really exceptionally beautiful weather, and therefore I think we all will have excellent time here in Luxembourg. And on top of it, we can of course discuss an issue which is critical not only for Europe's, but I would say overall resilience and competitiveness, especially when we feel that if it comes to open data, if it comes to open channels of communication, that these very important features of the democratic life are very often under pressure. And therefore, I very much appreciate that we have such a diverse crowd of experts who are dealing with online, offline information, that we have policymakers, data providers, analysts, advocates and innovators who are going to participate in this very important exchange of views. And I think it's also very timely because data is becoming ever more important to our economy and to all our societies. I would reveal you a secret. Since I was a teenager, I very much liked to read about Sherlock Holmes. And I like the author Arthur Conan Doyle, and he was very famous for saying that it's capital mistake to theorize before one has a data. And being a politician, I can tell you that we do that very often, and we shouldn't. And therefore, I think that we have to simply appreciate that in today's data-driven world, that maxim that we should really work with the proper data has been never truer. Put it simply, the open data is an enormous asset. It helps us, it enables collaboration and transparency. It fosters innovation and improves the everyday lives of Europeans while boosting European businesses. And open data touches every aspect of life, from enabling the breakthrough in the healthcare and education and driving the transformation of mobility. All this is based on open data. Now we discuss a lot artificial intelligence. I'm sure that this would be a very important topic for your discussions. A lot, how much of these AI robots are trained on the data, on the open data, on what kind of data they're trained, where the data are primarily coming from. And I was just participating in one very interesting seminar where you could see that the answers which are coming from this AI robots have been very much driven by where they've been trained, what kind of perception they had of historical personality, how they saw, for example, the French Revolution, how they seen the historic events in the Central and Eastern Europe in 1989. It very much depends on what kind of data these AIs are fed in, how they process it, and then what kind of response they are providing. And knowing how much our young generation is using AI, how much they are relying on the data on the internet, we just have to make sure that this data are correct, that it's impartial, that it's fair, and first and foremost, that it's open. And I think that also in the future, creative Europeans will be using the open data in more and more of innovative ways, whether it's a collaborative mapping project used for navigation, urban planning, or emergency response, or when Europeans try to participate on the larger scale in scientific research. Or, just to take one example, helping local communities in Berlin to protect their trees from drought. Before this mandate, I was involved also in working on the European climate policy, and you could see how much open source data can help you to organize traffic, to convince the people to have green roofs, or just simply to manage better the emissions in the cities and organize traffic in a way that it would be less harmful to the environment and less harmful to the people. And what kind of wealth this is if you really have them well organized, when they're accessible, and when the European scientists or project providers actually can work with this very important source of information. So to add, the open data clearly contributes to better informed policy making. It's also help us to increase transparency and therefore trust in our institutions. And I think more and more we will see that it would be absolutely crucial for further boost of economic growth and also for preparedness of all sectors of the society to use better and more advanced edge technologies. I already mentioned the AI, but I know how crucial this would be for other fields of the future-oriented technologies. When I got this new job, so the president of the commission decided that I should be responsible for the trade policy and all the interinstitutional and parliamentary aspect, but she made one very important addition. So I'm actually the first commissioner ever who is also responsible for economic security. And therefore, we are also transforming our Directorate General, just from Directorate General for Trade, also for trade and economic security. Because if you look how crucial is the role of global supply chains. How important are all these new future-oriented technologies? How today everything could be weaponized from the critical raw materials to data. So this is completely new aspect which we have to look at with very careful eye from the top level of the European Commission and work very closely with our member states to actually develop very, very solid concept on economic security. We looked at the European economic security strategy which we prepared 3 years ago, but what has happened since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, since all this rough and tumble geopolitics? You could see at the document that the principles are fine, but the world has completely changed. And we have to change as well. We have to be much more agile. We have to be much better prepared. And we have to know how clearly to work better with the data, especially if you are talking about the high quality, interoperable data, which would help us not only in the security aspects, but also to create fairer trade environments and protect these key supply chains. I learned a lot about so-called high-value datasets. And I know that you would be looking into it from the perspective how this should help us to enhance Europe's energy resilience, how this could contribute to the supply chain diversification to make sure that we would align better the free and fair and clean trade with our investment partnership we want to develop, especially with third countries from Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. At the EU, as you know, the responsibility for ensuring access to EU data rests with the publication office, which is based here in Luxembourg, and which I'm happy to say that also falls under my remit as a commissioner. But open data holds much more promise and opportunity. But to unlock it to the full, we need to take action to better leverage the data. That means addressing the range of challenges like ethical consideration, legal frameworks, and very importantly, technical interoperability. It is also key that we tackle the issue of data literacy, meaning equipping citizens, policymakers, and businesses with the skills and tools that they need to maximize the potential of data, such as through data visualization techniques. And this is especially true at the time when the threat posed by disinformation or misinformation continues to grow amid rising global geopolitical tensions. So when I was saying how this data could be weaponized, you just can have a look at a few recent pre-election campaigns in our member states, that how this new phenomenon is placing more and more increased role, and how we are learning how to cope with this, how to deal with this issue, and how vigilant we have to be over this new phenomenon. And I believe that by ensuring open data can be properly accessed and making sure that it could be also effectively used, I believe that we can better counter these false narratives, and we can also increase and strengthen societal trust. While at the same time, it would help us to spur information, to contribute to sustainable economic growth, and of course, create quality jobs. I firmly believe that the European Union is in a good position to achieve these aims. We stand at the forefront of the global data revolution, and we want to shape it in our European, I would say, the humanocentric way. We want to make sure the data works for all, and that always, while using the data, storing the data, we would respect our values and principles. Here, the European strategy for data is focused on people first when it comes to developing technology and defending and promoting European values in the digital world. It envisions a single market for data. We want to unlock the potential of vast data sets in strategic areas like healthcare, customs, or mobility. And we want to use all that potential and instrument we have to make sure that it would contribute to all spheres of European also public life. If you allow me maybe to use as another example other sector of my responsibility, and these are customs. You wouldn't believe how much I learned about the customs since I got to this portfolio. That we have 82,000 customs officials across the European Union, that we have 111 different softwares which are processing the customs information coming to the EU, and that we are grappling how to deal with the tsunami of the parcels coming from all over the world, but especially of Asia. When I'm talking about tsunamis, I'm talking about 4 billion parcels per year. Every year there is 1 billion more of the parcels. And of course, you would like to know what is in these parcels. Is it safe? If it's of a good quality? Is it not dangerous? Is it not illegal? But how can you process all that? How can you make sure that the content of these parcels is safe? That we are not tricked? That our standards are respected? And we simply realized that again, without proper data, without proper systems, without proper interoperability, you will not be able to achieve that. So currently, what we are pushing for with the European Parliament and the Polish presidency in our member state is the most in-depth customs reforms in the customs union of the European Union was created. We want, first and foremost, to establish European Customs Authority, which would be like the body of 250 people, analysts, customs officials, who would rely on common software, which would be the same for all 82,000 customs officials across Europe, where we would create the EU Customs Data Hub, where it will be better to do data analytics, where it would be much easier to look into the companies which are problematic, into the countries from which we are getting higher number of, let's say, illegal parcels, where we would be much better in organizing the protection of the European consumers and of European economic space. And on top of it, and that's the power of proper data management, is that as we calculated the costs of running this new data hub and these new customs authorities, we would save our member states 2 billion euros a year, because the system would be more efficient, because the system would be easier to use, and because we will be able to use the different techniques across the whole European Union. If you allow me to conclude on what is very important for the European Union, I was always saying that we will be always true to our values, to our principles, and also to our ethical standards. And this is not something which is new. We've been working in that sphere for many years, and we've been also making sure that they are anchored in our proper legislation. I'm talking about the Data Governance Act, which is promoting data sharing with the robust protections for personal and non-personal data, which is there to build trust amongst the stakeholders. We've been also adopting Interoperable Europe Act, which ensures seamless cross-border cooperation, but by addressing legal and technical barriers to data sharing, enabling efficient public services, and further reducing administrative costs for the businesses. But we know that we are probably only at the beginning of this long journey to achieve the goals of proper open data management. So there is clearly much more to do if we are to maximize the benefits of the open data. This is why the EU Open Data Days, which is very open and important platform for dialogue, collaboration and reflection of the challenges that face us, but also opportunities they present, is organized regularly and with which we definitely want to continue. We want to make sure that when it comes to the policy making, that we would use this open data in a way that it would empower our society, that it would help us to drive innovation, strengthen Europe's resilience and economic prosperities. And we also want to make sure that the policymakers would work together to implement the data frameworks that unlock the power of data for society and businesses, or businesses embracing open data to innovate, or data providers prioritizing the publication of the high-quality auctionable data. So that, as I said, there is a lot to do in this area, and I very much appreciate that you all gathered here and that you would help us on the level of policy making, how to make the open data even more tangible resource, even easier to explain to the larger public how useful they are, what kind of benefits they bring, but also how we have to treasure them and how careful we have to be with handling them. How to combine, I would say, this thrust and drive for innovation with the European ethical standards, and how to make sure that once we are talking about the standards, we would not have the dividing lines among how we would like to do it in Europe and how other big jurisdictions want to approach it, but how to work on the synergies, how to make sure that liberal democracies would have the same approach to this very important phenomenon, because for me, how we handle the open data would in the future mean how we handle our democratic processes, how we handle our communication with the citizens, and how we just simply also prepare our young generation for this new, sometimes very, very complicated world. And for that, I really would like to thank you in advance for coming here to sunny Luxembourg. Enjoy it. As I said, it's not often. And I very much want to thank our organizers for having us all here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Commissioner, for that warm, embracive keynote speech, and I do think we will have many great discussions, and now we can have those discussions over coffee. We're going to take half an hour, and please be back in this room at 16:40 to look at the thematic session on data access, quality and interoperability. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats quickly, we have once again got a second half of a packed schedule for you as we turn to the subject of data access, data quality and data interoperability. Once again, I'll say hello to everyone joining at home. I hope you're refreshed as well and ready for some more great speakers. And we're going to kick off with looking at how SEMIC enhances interoperable data sharing in Europe. And this is another two-person team to present this. So please welcome George Lobo, Program Manager of the SEMIC team leader, and Pavlina Fragkou, Project Manager from the European Commission. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you all who have been presented. So I'm George Lobo.
I'm Pavlina Fragkou.
Okay, so originally Pavlina was working with me in DIGIT, so I'm from the Directorate General for Informatics in the Commission. I'm currently leading I'm the team leader of the SEMIC team, and I will present a bit what we do. I mean, two of the important things that we are doing. And Pavlina, who was in the team, but now you can present yourself.
I'm a member of the data.europe.eu portal in the publication office, implementing things that are designed by SEMIC.
Sorry? So let's move. So the title is how the work we do enhance interoperable data sharing in Europe. So there is the role and governance of DCAT-AP and LDES. So can I ask a question? Who knows SEMIC, what we do? Wow, okay. And who knows DCAT-AP? Even more, okay. So we finished the talk. So, I mean, for those who don't know, there are still hands. So SEMIC stands for Semantic Interoperability Community. I think that's correct. So it's an action that has been, I guess, 13 years or more that we have been running in the Directorate General Informatics. And a role, I mean, our mission is to promote share and reuse of semantic assets, but as well experience and tools, and identify opportunities to align semantic definitions. I mean, this has been also touched among the different talks. But as well, we have a focus on public administration, so also we focus on identification and definition of core concept and vocabularies. So, and also is a role, I mean, we have a lot of things that we do to raise awareness and the importance of data and metadata management. So here is very shortly describing all that we do. So I mean, we have everything is managed by this SEMIC community. The core of our work is to, update, create specifications. So we have the core vocabularies, and one of the star specifications is DCAT-AP that Pavlina will present it. And we have also some pilots. So, pilots who are there to either experiment a new specification, to test also an update, or also to experiment on new technologies such as AI. So we are also trying to see what AI can bring specifically to semantic technologies. And we have the knowledge hubs where we have documentation. We have also a set of courses. So I invite you, also to look at the SEMIC Support Center on the Interoperable Europe portal to see, all the material that we present. So now I will hand over the mic to Pavlina.
Thank you, George. So ever since we all agree that data is the new oil, and most specifically, we needed to explore what is provided by the public sector. And in order to do this, we needed to reassure that the data is accessible. But how we can do this? So we need some data agreements. We need, for example, a common agreement on how to represent the information, and this is done through the DCAT-AP. We need also a way to exchange the information, and which is done via well-established protocols such as APIs, SparkQL, but also to make sure that we provide secure data solutions through catalogs and clouds and data lakes. So, around 2013, there was an effort by the SEMIC team to create this catalog of metadata. Of data. So at the beginning, it was the model was created by SEMIC, and there was a decision to split the model into two parts. The one that was more abstract and maintained was given to W3C, and the second one, the European model that the DCAT-AP maintained by the Commission, in order also to serve the needs of the European Commission, the EU legislations, but focusing on the public administration. See, here you can see the evolution, and always we are trying to align ourselves with W3C. We are quite communicating vessels, and we have published in 2024, we have two major releases, both by W3C and SEMIC. As I said before, it is the aim is to facilitate interoperability between catalogs and through an agreement on agreeing how to describe information about the shared entities. Both DCAT and DCAT-AP follow the semantic principles, meaning that they are both RDF vocabularies in order to facilitate interoperability between data catalogs. But they both try to, from the publisher point of view, to describe the best way the data sets and data services in a catalog, but on the other side, from the consumer side, to find the best way to facilitate the consumption and the aggregation of metadata. The ultimate purpose, of course, is the discoverability of data sets and data services. Here, all data catalogs are interconnected. You can see in the middle the data.europa.eu, but also on the corners you can see the national catalogs, as well as the Inspire data originated from the Inspire directive. DCAT-AP has as a purpose, main purpose, the discoverability of the data in order to assist in a cross-border and cross-domain environment by describing the metadata to be harvested across a distributed network of portals. Its difference between the difference between DCAT-AP and DCAT is the fact that DCAT-AP is more restricted, creates more constraints in terms of classes and properties, but also can be expanded in order to have additional properties and usages of controlled vocabularies. Its applicability is very wide, and I will show you later in a graph. Apart from the open data portals, it is used in base registers with the appropriate extension break DCAT-AP. In various data spaces, we see that it is extended by the different data spaces, but also in machine learning with its variation, the ML DCAT-AP. There are a lot of benefits. Starting from the technical ones, it follows the semantic technologies and semantic principles. It's expressed in common, well-adopted standards such as RDF. It can validate through shackle shapes. But from a strategical point of view, the main goal is to provide a common understanding of the core principles and to allow for national or domain-specific extensions. So here you can see how you can see W3C, but as we can say that the way that the fact that the DCAT-AP is very popular is the fact that it is open source. It is provided, it has a strong community, everybody can attend the community, there is no restrictions, there is no fees, all the information is available into GitHub, everybody can, and in JoinUp, and everybody can contribute. So it is a valid solution. I won't bother you with this. And as we said, it provides a solid ecosystem by providing, enabling the data sources to express their metadata in a common language, a collaborating environment. It's a growing ecosystem, as I said. We have a strong community. We are SEMIC is organizing webinars. It supports for profiling and publishers, and you can see there is an interconnection with different data spaces. A typical example, which is very, because today we had the PSI working group on the high-value data set, where DCAT-AP extension for high-value data set tried to meet the challenge of presented the metadata for the 6 categories, and where we have heard that there are more challenges with probably the addition of new categories. In order to show that the fact that there's a growing ecosystem, here you can see the evolution through time. Has to do with the national, the DCAT-AP, its extension, its national extension, its domain-specific extension, is the data space extension. So this means that the DCAT-AP and its extension need a stronger governance, and I can say end up in data.europa.eu portal, which is the official portal of European data, which harvests the metadata of the different data sets and expose the information through all catalog of the different catalogs provided by member states, but also other stakeholders that provide for us with information. So there are a lot of open challenges. We have from high-value data sets the reporting obligation. The future of the Inspired Directive is highly discussed, which have to do also impact on the geo-DCAT-AP, which acts as a bridge between DCAT-AP and the rest of the geo-DCAT-AP and the DCAT-AP. I would like to stress the fact that it is the importance of the DCAT-AP is that if we want to search for information that resides into a data space, say a mobility DCAT-AP, to search for information that resides in another data space, the environmental data space, DCAT-AP, and each of them have their own variation of DCAT-AP. DCAT-AP can be used as a common denominator to search for this type of information, neglecting the different additions that are taking place by the different domain-specific variations. That's why we insist on the governance part. There is also a discussion from the standardization bodies about overall the European Data Act and how this impacts DCAT-AP. And by this, I pass the floor to my colleague.
Thanks, Pavlina. So, I mean, now I'm passing to another topic, which is one of the more recent description. Who knows what is LDES? Is familiar with the acronym LDES? It's very less people. So for those who don't know, it's linked data event streams. So this is something that we have been collaborating with the Flemish government and the University of Ghent to develop. So it's a technical specification. So a linked data event stream is a publication technology to share and aggregate information from different parties. So it has a, I mean, it's not just one-to-one, but it's more a peer-to-peer model. And it allows everyone to replicate and to stay up to date regarding a unique source of truth. So a linked data event stream is a collection of objects. So it means that you you don't change the whole data set itself, but you just simply add new records to a stream, and you present a way to publish data and to make the data discoverable in a more effective way, because, and I will illustrate it after how it works. So, I mean, it can help, LDES can help you to structure the data as a stream that is always, I mean, connected to between the different parties where the data originates and where the data is published. And so it allows for the people who are using it to always have up-to-date data, to be aware of what's changing, as well to access historical data. So it means that you can roll back and see what was the data, and also to relate, to compare, I mean, the change in a particular data field. So, I mean, here is an example how it works. I mean, if you take this very, trivial example. So if we start from in 2019, you have Willem living in Paris, a table. I mean, you copy, if you want to on a portal, it's harvested, and so the data is copied with Willem living in Paris. In 2020, there is Anne that is introduced. She is living in Lyon. So there as well, the harvesting will copy the two records, so in the traditional model. And in 2021, I mean, Anne is still in Lyon, and Willem moves to Strasbourg from Paris. So there again, you copy usually in a, traditional harvesting mechanism, you copy all the table. With linked data event stream, so we will start, the first, in 2019, we will of course put Willem living in Paris. And the data subscriber, the one that is subscribed to the data using LDES, when Anne is introduced, it will just copy the fact that Anne is in Lyon. The same thing afterwards, when Willem moves to Strasbourg, it will just update the data, Willem in Strasbourg. So this you can do with all the, complicated tables, so it's something that can be applied. I will pass because we have many slides, and I will, don't bother you with the technical details, but you will have the slides, so we will be able to look. We did some tests, for example, I guess this was with the ERA agency, the railway agency. So there was this regulation, and it was a way to, there was a report for all the national access point that is available online, and the current things, the current national access point, they suffer for the data portal syndrome. It's about discovery, a large amount also of data to copy it, so which was, not making the system too accurate. So they have been aligned as well, to be sure that the data were interoperable, and this is an example of when you do a cross-border travel, that you want automatic data exchange, you need to have harmonized data model, and to have a scalable interface in order to plan the trip accordingly. Here, I think I will pass. These are the technical details explaining the semantic data model. This has been a successful problem, so I will go to this one just to say the advantage of using linked data event streams. So is that the data users and providers, they can independently access the data and change the data. So there is no effort to regularly synchronize the data between different points. So it's decentralized, so it means that one approach, you can have the source of truth, and all the others that need to replicate the data can subscribe to the linked data event stream and have the data up to date. So, for example, it's, and I guess it's the case in Flanders, where they do that for the registry data, so because people are moving, etc. So, in order to avoid to, centralize the central government in order to harvest everything, they're just getting the history, and they're able also to have the history of an individual. Scalability, so you need only one publishing system. So that is one point is required to serve multiple users. It's customizable as well, and it's extendable. So you can also can be built next to existing publishing systems, and they can rebuild as well existing system based on LDES. And I will, and one important aspect is you have also the historic search, so it allows you also to do historic search in your data compared to, I mean, a normal open data portal to be able to, I mean, to have the history. So because it's a stream and the objects are immutable, so they stay always in your data. I think, and Simon, you can confirm, it's on production on Data Europa, and it's also, I mean, used by others. So it's also a call. I mean, I would like to do is that we are looking for pilot, and I guess also for member states, for people, entities who are being harvested, because I mean it's in production, so you can use it now. We are also other pilots. We have been doing pilot, for example, with Rijksmuseum in the context of data space. So if you are interested to contact, as you can see, I was not really very comfortable with the technical, but Natasha and Sander, if you can raise your hand. Here you have the two specialists of LDES. So in the networking, if you want to discuss, have more details, please reach out to them, because they are really, I mean, Sander especially implemented in Flanders, so is really the technical person that you can talk, and Natasha, of course, she knows very well as well on the specification. So I think, yeah, I mean, based on that, I mean, it's also to mention, I mean, of course, you use LDES for different type of metadata. So what is implemented on the portal, I went too fast, it was the DCAT-AP, so you can create feeds to feed the metadata, and there is a strong interest also for sake of efficiency and have historical recall from the portal. This is another example. These are all the examples that we did. And as I mentioned, if you want to be the next pilot, and it's even Anastasia, you have the email, so you can contact her. So she will be, I hope you will be spammed a lot.
Yeah. Can we challenge the open source cloud to be the next example?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Is the, yeah, research is interested too. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we let George and Pavlina go, have we any questions for them from the floor? I see one right at the very back. Can we get a microphone?
Yes, hello. This is again Matthias from the ECB. I had the pleasure to implement the DCAT API at the ECB and to that it can be harvested in the open data portal. What was missing, and I was wondering if your solution might help in this regard, there's ECB data sets, but then there's linked or related data sets from national central banks. And what we are trying to find is a solution that would help users to understand that some data sets are related to each other across countries. And I think what you're doing there with the timetable seems to go in the direction, if I have understood correctly. Maybe you can confirm. And if not, I would see this as a very important use case also to give the open data and the open data portal a European dimension, because at the moment what I'm seeing, if you look at the high value data sets, we see a lot of national silos. And we do not see a lot of cross-national data sets or cross-value added creation. And I think that should be a European vocation to achieve this as well. Thank you.
I think, I mean, on the last part of the question, I will ask someone, because I guess the directive is on member states, so I don't know if there are some cross-national. I don't think it's the case, because it's an obligation per country. So, but it's interesting. Maybe, I mean, part of it would be addressed by the data space, I guess, activities. We are more, I mean, cross-border initiatives. On the first questions, I'm looking at my team to see if they actually, because, I mean, it's difficult without understanding exactly your context. Maybe if someone can give the mic to Natasha, because I'm not. Oh, you want to?
Natasha, we'll get a mic. We will get a microphone to you, and of course, you can always follow up bilaterally off the stage if any of these
we can also. I mean,
too
maybe we need to discuss a bit to another details. Yeah.
Right, we'll
Yeah,
follow
we
that
will
one up
discuss it bilaterally
It's
because,
a little bit
yeah.
case-specific, so perhaps not quite so broad, although you did get a round of applause for your comments. We know that some of these issues are evergreen. Okay.
Hi. So I would propose to discuss bilaterally at the end of the session, because it will be a long discussion, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, and just a reminder again that, of course, all these presentations can be found on the portal after the event is over, and we'll do our best to put people together if you need to follow up as well. So come and ask the organisers for emails or contact details, although, as you can see, a lot of them are being placed on the slides as well, so you can go and check those afterwards. Now, our next speaker is going to give us a deep dive into metadata quality, looking at open data sets across Europe, so following on very nicely from our last presentation and questions. But our next speaker is joining us remotely. We have Barbara Šlibar, who is the teaching assistant from the University of Zagreb. Barbara, I can see you. I hope the rest of the room can see you on the big screens. So I will hand over to you to take it away.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly honored to be speaking at the EU Open Data Days 2025. It's a pleasure to be part of this event among such distinguished participants, all working together to shape the future of open data and make it more impactful across Europe and beyond. I would like to sincerely thank the EU Open Data Days team for making my participation possible, despite my unexpected inability to attend in person. Today, I'll be presenting on a deep dive into metadata quality, open data sets across Europe. Throughout this presentation, I'll focus on three main objectives: to raise awareness of the importance of metadata and metadata quality, to benchmark countries based on metadata quality of their open data sets using a composite indicator that I developed, and to propose actionable recommendations that will benefit both those on the supply side as well as for those on the demand side. Let's begin by discussing why metadata plays such a crucial role in the open data ecosystem. Although the open data movement focuses on making datasets available, availability alone is not enough. People who need this data, whether they are researchers, app developers, business analysts, or policymakers, won't necessarily find, understand, or use these datasets unless metadata help guide them. So metadata provide this guidance. Without them, even the most valuable datasets may go unnoticed or be misunderstood, limiting their impact. To talk about metadata quality, we first need to understand what metadata are and why they are important. A simple, widely accepted definition is that metadata are data about data. But what do we mean by data? Data are any content formats, whether digital, such as text, images, or videos, or physical, like printed reports. Now, let's take today's presentation as an example. The slides you are looking at are the data, but additional information about this presentation, such as title, author, file size, date of creation, date of modification, and so on, is the metadata. Or we could use my talk today as another example. Without the metadata, you wouldn't know where or when this talk is happening or what it is about. This shows how crucial metadata are for discovering and using information effectively. One of the frequently mentioned issues affecting open data is the quality of metadata. To be able to solve or at least minimize this problem, we first need to understand what metadata quality is. But before we can understand or measure metadata quality, we must first understand what quality itself means. So quality is a multidimensional concept, and as such, there is no single universally accepted definition of it. However, Joseph Duran, a pioneer of modern quality management, defined quality as fitness for use and later refined this to fitness for purpose. Just like general quality, metadata quality is also multidimensional and cannot be captured by a single aspect. Therefore, it is essential to include multiple aspects to determine whether and to what extent something is of quality. To contribute to minimize the challenges of metadata quality, I began by reflecting on the current state of metadata and asking the question, what has been done so far and where are the gaps? To explore this, I analyzed existing research and practical applications of metadata quality assessment in open data. Understanding where these gaps lie was just the first step. Next, I needed to consider why addressing these gaps is so important. In short, addressing them is important because it can help improve metadata quality assessment for open data sets, thereby enhancing the overall metadata quality. At the same time, it supports the further growth and development of open data in general. Now that we understand why these gaps matter, the next question is how we can bridge them. To assess the metadata quality of open datasets and to compare datasets effectively, I developed a composite indicator of metadata quality based on validated theoretical framework. So let me walk you through the composite indicator I developed. Composite indicators are useful tools for measuring multidimensional concepts that cannot be captured by a single aspect, and metadata quality is a perfect example of this complexity. These indicators work by combining multiple individual indicators into a single score. As you can see on this slide, the theoretical structure of the composite indicator I developed is hierarchical. At the top, we have overall composite indicator, and below that are partial composite indicators referred as dimensions. These dimensions account for both practical needs and academic perspectives, as practitioners and academics often have different views on how metadata quality should be assessed. And finally, at the bottom of the structure are individual indicators that provide the foundation for the overall assessment. Now that you understand the theoretical structure of the composite indicator, let me show you how it was applied to real datasets across different countries. In this part of the presentation, I'll show you how I benchmark different countries using the composite indicator. For each country with more than 1,000 datasets published on data.europe.eu, I retrieved a random sample of 1,000 datasets. At the time of data retrieval, a total of 31 countries met this criterion. The slides lists all these countries ordered from those with the highest number of datasets, such as Germany, Czechia, and France, to those with the fewest, like Cyprus and Moldova. The composite indicator of metadata quality was applied to each dataset, and scores were calculated for all the elements I showed you in the hierarchical structure. What this composite indicator does is assign each dataset a single value, so-called a composite indicator score, ranging from 0 to 1. This makes it easy to compare datasets and, in this case, countries. On the following few slides, I will show you the results of applying the composite indicator to the datasets from the 31 countries included in the analysis. The scores calculated for the datasets in each country are aggregating using the arithmetic mean. On the following slides, you will see the results for the 5 partial composite indicators, as well as results for the overall composite indicator. The graph you see on this slide is the first of 6 graphs that we will review. On each graph, each dot represents average score for a country. The horizontal lines display the variability around the mean, represented by ±1 standard deviation, indicating how much the scores vary within one country. And the vertical line represents the overall average score across all countries. The graph on this slide shows the average findability scores for each country. The findability is defined as the extent to which humans and machines can easily discover metadata through unique and ambiguous identification, as well as information about temporal and geographic areas covered by the data. Let's again take this talk as an example. Imagine if you hadn't been able to find the title of this talk, its description, or information about the time and location. Without those key details, it would have been difficult or even impossible for you to be here today. In this dimension, no country scored the minimum possible score of 0, and this is the case only in this dimension. The highest average score above 0.8 was achieved only for findability. Finland had the lowest average score in this dimension, while Denmark achieved the highest one. The graph on this slide displays the average retrievability scores for each country. The retrievability is defined as the extent to which humans and machines can successfully fetch metadata. To help explain this, let's use this stock again as an example. Now that you found the details about the stock, imagine arriving at the venue only to discover that doors are locked or that no one is allowing you to enter the room. Even though you know that the stock exists, you wouldn't be able to attend. According to this dimension, 2 countries, Finland and Cyprus, scored the minimum possible value of 0. On the other hand, 8 countries achieved the highest average score, but even this value is relatively low, below 0.4. These countries include Ukraine, Germany, Greece, Spain, Ireland, Hungary, Switzerland, and Austria. The graph on this slide displays the average interoperability scores for each country. The interoperability is defined as the extent to which different applications and systems can successfully communicate and exchange data with unambiguous shared meaning. It includes both syntactic aspects such as compatible formats and protocols, and semantic aspects which ensure uniform data codification. Let me explain this using an example related to this talk. Imagine that the information about this talk was shared with you in a format you couldn't read, perhaps a file that only worked on a specific device or in a language you don't understand. Even though the information exists, you wouldn't be able to use it. According to this dimension, 4 countries, Lithuania, Finland, Cyprus, and Bulgaria, scored the minimum possible value of 0, and the highest average score was achieved by Serbia. The graph on this slide displays the average reusability scores for each country. The reusability is defined as the extent to which metadata are well described, enabling replication by different teams within different setups. It includes terms and conditions for access and reuse, provenance information, and contact details for further inquiries. Let's use this talk as an example. Imagine that after attending this presentation, you wanted to share some of the key insights or data I presented with your team. But if you didn't know under which conditions you are allowed to reuse the materials, whether they are freely accessible or require permission, you might hesitate to use them at all. In this dimension, as many as 10 countries, Ukraine, Serbia, Romania, Portugal, Latvia, Ireland, Hungary, Finland, Cyprus, and Bulgaria scored the minimum possible value of 0. Denmark achieved the highest average score, but even in Denmark's case, the scores vary across different datasets, and the average score is far from the maximum possible value of 1. The graph on this slide displays the average contextuality scores for each country. The contextuality is defined as the extent to which users can obtain additional information about the data, such as its origin, quality, copyright, publication date. Now think of this talk again. Imagine you received a summary of the presentation, but had no information about who created the content, when it was prepared, or whether the data presented were up to date. Without knowing the creator or the context of the information, it would be difficult to trust or properly use the materials. In this dimension, Moldova scored the minimum possible value of 0, while Hungary achieved the highest average score. To summarize, the final aggregated score, referred to as the composite indicator score, combines all these individual scores from the 5 dimensions we've just reviewed. The lowest average composite indicator scores were achieved by Finland and Cyprus, while the highest scores were recorded by Denmark and Italy. However, as you can see, the quality of metadata for the observed datasets is highly diverse, and the composite indicators reveal significant gaps in metadata quality across many datasets and countries. Even the countries with the highest average scores are still far from the maximum possible value of 1. This highlights the need for ongoing improvement in metadata quality practices. Being aware of this diversity is the first step, but the next step is to take concrete actions to address these gaps. I'd like to conclude by emphasizing the important implications of my research for those on the supply side, as well as for those on the demand side. Of course, users, different stakeholders that I already mentioned in this open data ecosystem. No matter what role you play in the open data context, whether as data provider, policymaker, or a researcher, there are several key takeaways to consider. Firstly, as I already pointed out, we first need to recognize the importance of metadata quality of open data sets and be aware how it varies across countries. Secondly, we also need to be aware of the need for strategies as well as action plans that promote best practices in publishing datasets as open data. Thirdly, it's equally important to provide clear publishing guidelines, implement quality control, and enforce metadata quality assurance on OGD portals, and as well as other portals, while ensuring adherence to standards. And lastly, the composite indicator I developed can serve as a valuable tool for benchmarking datasets, portals, countries, or maybe publishers, helping us drive continuous improvement and monitoring. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Barbara. I trust that you are still there, even though we can't actually see you on the screen for the moment. I think we're getting connected again. Have we any questions for Barbara? Yes, I see one over here. Ah, there you are. Perfect. Full screen now. So, is the microphone?
Oh, yeah. No, it works. Thank you very much for your presentation, Barbara. I've got a question. How far are we to agree on a metadata, quality metadata standard for the open data spaces? How? Because I see it's really a need. We had a presentation about DCAT and all application profiles. I think the community should start now to agree on a standard for the metadata quality for all the data spaces. I would love to have like a kind of metadata quality service where you send your dataset description, whatever it's open, protected, or sensitive, and then you get a label that you can add to your RDF file. And something really centralized to reduce the administrative burden of all data holders. And I think we are almost there. I know it's a community exercise. I believe we should start to do it. I would like to have your point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. And Barbara, so a hope and a question there. Let's get your answer to the question.
Thank you so much for a comment. I cannot agree more with you, with everything that you said already. Yeah, it's very important. I think that we are in a big rush to say and use all advanced technology, AI, and other things. But I think that the first step that we should be aware and be focused on small, specific issues that we have. And when we solve these small issues, like metadata quality, it's not small issue, but we can call it like that because it's very specific. Then we can think about very advanced technology and other things. Also, I have planned to develop this composite indicator as tool. This is my plan because now it's not like an application, but I have to plan to do this. So I hope that this will help. And also I have in mind that I don't want to produce it only to be used for open data, but any data, as you already mentioned, not just open data.
We have another 2 quick questions for you, so we'll go for the first one here.
Hello. Bravo.
Hello.
A quick question. I was interested in knowing more about how Gen AI can help us fill in the gaps of the metadata. If you can explain a little bit more, if we would be able to interpret the metadata by only giving the artificial intelligence system the data set in itself and help us fill in the gaps?
Yeah, I already was asked about that question, but if I can be just honest, I'm not sure about that yet. I think that we have a lot of different experts in data quality as well as metadata quality, and we should look at standards that we already have, because we have standards, but we need to harmonize those standards and also use them globally. Not that one portal use one standard and another portal use another one, because of that it's happening problem with interoperability and other things. So this is like first step, and then we can think how we can implement and use AI for helping us with little things, yeah, so that we become faster on that way.
Thank
I
you,
hope that I answer your question. Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. I have a question now from Lars before we wrap it up.
So how does this metadata scoring and evaluation relate to all the fairness assessment that is happening in the research domain right now? Because it seems there's quite an overlap in the same type, a little bit different scoring. To put a bit of context on it, we have tried to use the scoring to say something to users about the data that they're uploading to our platform, but 14 out of 16 evaluation criteria is about the platform. So a spam record has the same fairness as a high-value research data set. So my question is really, how does these metrics relate? Is there,
Yeah. If you are asking about my composite indicator, I include metadata aspects like completeness, consistency, accuracy, but at the same time I was taking care about, as you mentioned, more portal aspects, which is findability, retrievability. I only show you the highest level because it's much easier. Because if we say something is consistent or complete, we didn't get any information with that. We need to know the purpose. If we say that something is findable, this makes sense for us.
Thank you very much.
I hope that I answer your question. If there will be any more answers, I would be very happy if you send me an email. So please go for it. I'm very sorry that I'm not with you in person, so that we can discuss later that. But if you have any more questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Maybe you can't see the room, but I can see heads nodding that what you've said is getting through loud and clear. So if people reach out to you, that would be great. But thank you again very much indeed. And a round of applause, please, for Barbara.
Thank you.
And we'll turn now to our final thematic speaker of the day, looking at unlocking potential, transforming open data with innovative solutions for interoperability, reuse, and user engagement. Please welcome to the stage Bianca Sammer, who is the Data Community Manager at BITE, which is the Bavarian Agency for Digital Affairs.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you for my talk, Unlocking Potential. And in this talk, I will show you how our open data portal, Open by Data, transforms open data with innovative solutions for interoperability, reuse, and user engagement. To kick off, I'd like to have a quick look back at how our open data portal has grown so fast and how it has evolved into Germany's state leading platform according to the Open Knowledge Foundation ranking in 2024. And in only 1 year, and then I'll dive into how we achieved these milestones and how we met the challenges open data initiatives often have to face when they aim to expand open data. The portal's journey began with the development of a prototype at the beginning of 2023, that's not long ago, and then only 5 months later, the minimal viable product was launched. And after intensive user testing and interviews, the official portal was launched with about 600 datasets. And right now, then after half a year later, we established our Open by Data Competence Center, which consists of 4 experts who maintain and further develop the portal. And right now, we are really proud of having more than 23,000 data sets in our portal, and from more than over 130 data providers, and this only 1.5 years later after the launch. How did we get there? First of all, the foundation of this success was led by the structural setting, which has supported this rapid development. And let me now give you a brief insight into the structures of open data in Bavaria and explain how Open by Data and the team behind it are anchored. Since 2023, when the prototype was developed, the topic of open data has become an integral part of the Bavarian digital plan with 2 key initiatives. One was the establishment of an open data portal as a central hub for open data in Bavaria, and the second initiative, the establishment of an office for open data. This is now the Open by Data Competence Center with 4 experts, and which maintain and further develop this platform. And the operation of both initiatives was commissioned to the BITE, the Agency for Digital Affairs. Now you may ask, who is the BITE, the Agency for Digital Affairs? It's the BITE acts as digitization partner for Bavarian ministry and authorities, and brings together expertise in AI and data, user experience, process analysis, and also cloud solutions at the state level. And so it was a logical choice to entrust BITE with the implementation of the 2 key initiatives of the Bavarian Digital Plan. So now, what is our vision? The vision of the Open by Data Competence Center. It is a better Bavaria through data, simply, trustworthy, and network, which means we aim to create a smarter and trustworthy Bavaria by leveraging data in a transparent, user-friendly way. And transparent, this is important now in these times, so that we can trust democracy and democratic institutions more. And we also want to connect the data and the data with the users, which is really important for us. And how do we achieve this? Our action approach, one is that we utilize modern infrastructure. We leverage modern infrastructure with the Pivot software as a central component of the platform, hosted on the Google platform. And this allows us to offer centralized and scalable provision of services, and so we can ensure robust and efficient operation of Open by Data. And our action approach, too, is that we provide advice and information material. For example, we offer bookable advice for data providers, and we provide handouts, for example, with tips for data inventory and materials such as sample press releases for our data providers. And this helps to relieve the burden on the local open data managers of the municipalities and enables them to effectively implement their initiatives. And our action approach 3 is active networking. We have a dedicated person exclusively for community management who shows use cases, who sets up networking formats to foster a lively open data community to create added value. And so what are now the key characteristics of the portal Open by Data? Open by Data serves as a central hub for open, immediately reusable data from all over Bavaria, and it is characterized by the following 3 main qualities. Firstly, it's maximum visibility. The data sets in Open by Data are not only indexed in major aggregators like the German portal GovData and the European portal and the Google Dataset Search, which is standard, but we also promote the data sets through data sharing, through events, and through active networking. And secondly, the portal is built on cloud-native and so open source technology from Fraunhofer. And finally, ongoing development ensures continuous improvement. That is only another characteristic. We keep implementing new features such as data visualizations, search optimizations, and also quality measures for our metadata, which is very important, as we heard before. And now, after giving you an overview of the portal Open by Data, I come to my deep dive into how we meet the challenges open data initiatives mostly have to face. First of all, we focus on the needs of our data providers, and we aim to offer a technical infrastructure which relieves the burden on the data providers. And one of our ways of achieving this is offering custom open web presences for the data providers. And these custom web presences are individualized with their own layout, and they are provided free of charge, and they are seamlessly integrated into the scalable state infrastructure. For example, the data sets from the State Office for Statistics are completed with visualizations specifically for pre-selected data sets. And the benefits for the data providers are significant because this approach not only saves time and effort, but it also ensures consistency and quality across the various mini portals and our portal. And another major challenge for open data initiatives is, as we heard, the quality of metadata. And in order to increase the quality of metadata in an efficient way, that means automatically we are working on a quality script which we want to integrate into our harvesting process. And this script will perform several critical checks and enhancements based on the metadata standard DCAT-AP and this we use, this is a special version of DCAT-AP, which we use in Germany. And let me quickly walk through the steps, the key steps it takes. It ensures, for example, that at least one distribution is present for each data set. And if no distribution is found, the data set will be automatically removed. And it also verifies the presence of a license. And if a license is missing at the distribution level, the script attempts to retrieve it from the dataset level. And if no license is available at all, then the dataset is deleted to prevent compliance issues. And then the script also checks the openness of a license. If the license is not considered open, the dataset also is automatically removed for compliance issues. And additionally, if the license requires attribution, which means in this case the name of the publisher, the script ensures that the necessary attribution text is added from the dataset's publisher information. And another important check is the presence of the media type. And if this information is missing but can be inferred, the script automatically determines and adds the appropriate value. And finally, it ensures that the distributions include a title and description, which are sometimes missing. And if these are missing, the script retrieves and adds them from the dataset level. And these automatic processes will significantly enhance the quality and consistency of the metadata and will ensure compliance with the standards and usability across the platform, and it also will save time for us and we can focus on other activities. And moreover, we attach great importance to allowing other open data initiatives to participate in our development in order to promote open data on a trans-regional level. And that is why our technical developments are designed to be open and reusable. And that is one of the reasons why we use an open source software, the open source software Pivot, at the core of Open by Data. And to promote transparency and collaboration, we make sure that the source code of our portal and any technical enhancements, for example, like the open web presences, are openly available through a GitLab instance. And this ensures that others can freely reuse, adapt, and build upon our work. For example, we maintain partnerships with other agencies, for example, with the agency, another agency in Germany, the digital agency Brandenburg, which reuses our code and our developments, and which launched the modernized portal. It's called in English Data Eagle, in German Datenadler, with reusing our code recently, at the beginning of March. And moreover, we actively contribute to building a vibrant Pivot community, and we aim to incorporate our enhancements and developments directly into the core product in the future. So not that we only only show it on our GitLab instance, but it will be integrated in the future in the core product. That is our aim. And then that is very, very important to ensure that our technical developments meet the needs of our users. We actively involve them. And our approach to involving users is based on building a strong and diverse networks of key stakeholders from administration, from business, civil society, and science. And this diverse network allows us to gather insight from a really wide range of perspectives. And how do we do this? We maintain close contacts with these stakeholders through user testing, through interviews, through close collaboration with the data providers, with listening to them actively. And additionally, we engage with the community by contributing to key events, such as, for example, Smart Country Convention in Berlin last year, the digital festival in Germany called SparksCon, at events at universities, foundations, and municipal institutions. And we also co-organize events with major players, also in partnership with major players, such as the Open Data Day Munich 2025, in partnership with the major player, the city of Munich. And therefore, we involve key speakers to get engaged and to foster exchange. And the major new step is for building up networks is the launch of our new networking format, Open Data Roundtable, which is designed as a collaborative platform to drive open data initiatives. And our objectives for these Open Data Roundtable are to foster mutual help and support for open data projects, such as connecting experienced municipalities with those new to open data. And another objective is that we aim to build a strong open data community by creating networking opportunities that spark joint projects and innovative ideas, and which promote data openness. Because when users and data providers talk together, then this sparks also data openness. And then it's another aim that's important for us. We want to provide an open consultation format for our competence center, enabling stakeholders to contribute to setting and testing the right priorities for open data in Bavaria. And for this new networking format, we've set two key milestones. Last year, in October, we had a kickoff event for this Open Data Roundtable with inspiring talks and topic-based networking sessions where small groups could network together and exchange on several selected topics, and which gave us insight, what they think, what they need, and which helped us to further develop our platform and our activities. And our second milestone is that we had our on-site Open Data Roundtable at the Open Data Day in Munich on March the 1st, where we focused on the topic metadata quality and raw data quality, where the participants also could work in small groups and exchange and think about how we could improve the quality of data. And through these efforts, we aim to strengthen collaboration and set the right course for impactful data projects on a regional and trans-regional level with the key open data stakeholders. And together, as it was the beginning of this event, together we are strong, and together we can unlock the full potential of open data. And now I say thank you for your attention. Feel free to ask questions. And I'm looking forward to networking with you together later.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. So, have we any questions for Bianca? I see two straight away down in the same corner. Please, let's get a microphone down here to the second row. Thank you. So who else with the hands? I saw two hands down here. And one back in the middle. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jack Kavanagh. I'm coming from Dublin City Council, where I'm the Open Data Lead. But just a really quick question on the data sets that you've included. What percentage of your data sets roughly are linked via API, and what percentage of data sets are uploaded manually to the portal?
That is, well, it's a good question. It depends on, some are harvested from other portals and some are added manually. Well, we have 23,000 data sets, so I can't tell you now in detail which one, but we have for example, from the State Office for Statistics, we harvest the data, for example. This is one main data provider. So from the main big data providers which provide an API, we harvest the data if we get the permission for it. And others, provide the data manually and upload it manually. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Does it help you?
Yeah, that's perfect. So your portal is taking into just all of the data from around
yes,
Bavaria.
Yes.
Okay,
we are not hosting the data. We are hosting only the metadata, and so we the data providers host the data, and we link to it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We had hands go up down here at the front. Do I see anybody else? Oh, and right at the back as well. Thank you. We'll come here first, and then.
So what we always see as a really big problem is to find the right persons in the public administrations.
Yeah.
So if you have this roundtable, you invite people, you oftentimes have the same people, but maybe those are not the ones who own the data, who work with the data, who could encode the data. So how do you find the right people?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. That's a big part of our job, or the job of my colleague. We do it, well, some municipalities have people who are dedicated to open data. They are open data managers, so then we can go to them and talk to them. And what we also do is that we participate in events. We went to a roadshow of an organization that is called Bijkommun, who did a roadshow for municipalities. And so there we got to know the right persons for open data. So it is about networking, as I told you. It's about finding out who is the right person, talking to the ministries, finding out and participate in events. Yeah, and get recommendations who is the right person. So it is a good question, and it's an interesting field. Yeah.
I think to summarize the answer, it's not easy. Okay, we have a question at the far end of the room.
Really interesting to hear how you work with with your portal and with the quality on the portal. And I noted especially the drastic way of deleting data when you don't have the complete set of information. And I would be very interested to hear, what is there any reaction when you delete data? First of all, do you inform the data providers? And do you see that this has any effects and that they actually provide the data with the complete set of metadata?
First of all, we are still working on this quality suite and integrating it into the process. And to your question, how will we cope with the reactions to the deletion? This affects only harvested data. So when we harvest and the data is not correct, it is okay when we delete, because we harvest and it is not uploaded manually. So then it's something different. So we just delete this, we harvest, and so it is okay. Yeah. Well, we will see.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions. Yes? Okay.
Hello. I'm Maria from the Data Europa EU portal, and I was if I can create an analogy with the subsidiarity principle, data.europa.eu
I can't see
harvest.
you.
I'm here.
Here.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. Well, it's easier for me to listen to you when I can't see you.
It's okay. So data.europa.eu harvests national portals.
Yes.
And your portal is being harvested by your national portal, and then it comes to us.
Yes.
As you were explaining what actions you take, it made like this connection in my head that the closer you are, much like the subsidiarity principle, the closer you are to the field, the better. So I was wondering, and this is also something addressed to DG Connect, like the policy DG. We as data.europa.eu could provide support in terms of guidelines or your good practices to the regional or local level, but these are not our data providers. National portals are our data providers. So maybe creating those more restrictive, extended application profiles for regional or local level could be a way to address the problem. So when they reach the national level and then when they reach the supranational level, quality is already improved. I'm wondering, we are trying to build this community of practice. Your practices, which are closer to the field, are valuable resources. Do you network with other regions? How do you keep this community? Like, we don't have access to your level, so we cannot help build this community. How do you find other centers of excellence around Europe? Or maybe, how could we work together to help you, which at the end would reach, at a better improved quality for everybody?
You mean on European level? How can we set up networking formats?
There may be other such centers of excellence, like Bavaria, at local or regional level. And we only get that through the national portal, so we never are in direct contact with the people who undertake those inspiring actions. So this is something I'm just like, how do you go about it? And I'm addressing also the question to, political level. How could we make this happen?
Yeah, that's a good thought and a very good idea. That is why we are happy to be here, to get connected with other European initiatives. This is one way we do it, or we aim to do, and we aim to do in the future. And it would be great to have networking formats, for example, on a digital base, European-wide. That would help with one or twice a year. That would help a lot, where we have a format with 1 or 2 talks and then networking sessions, for example, where the people could exchange experience, maybe to pre-selected topics where the people can talk about, so that they know, well, this topic will be addressed, and I know I can come to this group session, as we do it with the Open Data Roundtable. Well, it's something you can copy, and then we could do it on a nationwide, on a European level. That would help a lot. Yeah, yeah.
And we'll take a question just right behind here as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Davide Rusnovic, founder of InlookAI. So I work a lot with data set in Switzerland, and there are a lot of similarities between Switzerland and Germany in the fact that it's federated. So I think my question is very similar somehow to the previous question, in a sense that, for example, in Switzerland, there's an opendata.swiss platform.
Yeah, which is great.
Yes, but at the same time, at the current stage, it still needs a lot of work to be done, in a sense that all of the data there appears not in the same standard, not in the same format. So even though we can claim somehow that there are a lot of data sets there, so currently something like 12K, so a lot, but how usable is this? How searchable is this? This is a great problem because normal people, if they don't find something easy, they give up.
Yes.
So that's a huge problem. And so I was wondering if you're somehow trying to tackle this problem. I know that maybe it goes a bit beyond of what you are doing in Bavaria specifically, but like it's extremely important to kind of coordinate at national level and really push for, in Switzerland, cantons, and maybe in your case for these federated states, because otherwise, I mean, there was a lot of effort, and in the end, for the normal people, it's difficult to get something out of it. So yes, I mean, thanks for the answer.
Quickly, your final thought on that.
I can understand you. That is one another challenge all open data initiatives have to face, and we are discussing a lot about it and looking for measures to improve the search. Well, right now we don't have the appropriate solution, but we are discussing on it and thinking about it, how we can improve in a way that helps the users, because it is obvious, it is not easy to find it. The data sets are not easy to find it. On the one hand, it depends on the metadata, but also, well, if you have 20,000 data sets, 60,000 data sets, it is difficult to find. And maybe in the future, AI will help. That could be an answer. But, well, this is one thing we really discuss about, and we will see what we'll do and what we can share in the future.
Yep. Some of these
so
problems are evergreen.
Others have ideas. So if yes, we would be happy to exchange about that, and maybe together we find a good solution.
Exactly. We might not have definitive answers today, but certainly by working together collaboratively, we can get towards them. So thank you very much to Bianca. A big round of applause for her introduction. Thank you. And we are now lucky enough, as we close, to have our host nation leader here today. I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage to share his thoughts on what an important topic this is and how welcome we all are to beautiful sunny Luxembourg today, Prime Minister Luc Frieden.
Good afternoon, dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Data is often said to be the new oil. A statement with which I only agree in part, and that not for geopolitical reasons. It is true that, like oil, data is only useful if it is put into the right engine. With data, that engine is people. People that derive insights from the data that in turn can improve either a company's performance, a scientist's research, or an administration's policies. But the ultimate goal of oil is not to run an engine. What matters is what the engine does. Produce goods, move people. What ultimately matters is impact. And the same is true, and you know it, is true for data. And that is why I like the title of this conference. If we want to use data to the fullest, it is crucial that we move from insights to impact. Because unlike oil, data is still growing in quantity. We have been witnessing an incredible explosion of data in recent years. A trend that is still far from complete. And we need to make the most of this enormous change. I said before, the real value of data, like with oil, come from its use. If our companies can make use of it, it will benefit our economy and our society as a whole. If our scientists can make use of it, it will benefit our innovation. If our administrations can make use of it, it will benefit, of course, our public services. I'm convinced that data can be a true game changer. And Luxembourg is well positioned to seize that opportunity. With an ecosystem that boasts the highest density of Tier 4 data centers, the supercomputer Meluxina, the cutting-edge research at the university's SNT, and many other elements. And of course, I'm happy that the EU's powerhouse on open data, the Publications Office, is located here in Luxembourg with its over 500 people and new premises at the station area of Luxembourg City. And I want Luxembourg to keep developing that ecosystem, to become the EU's data hub. We have made important decisions to make this ambition a reality in my government. We have won European bids to host an AI factory and a new quantum supercomputer. We have developed the first fully disconnected cloud solution where data is stored and managed exclusively within the EU. We have tabled an innovative draft law that aims to apply the once-only principle across government. And we are finalizing our new national strategies on AI, on data, and on quantum technologies. All these efforts will both enhance our existing strengths on safe data storage and, on the other hand, build our capacity to make use of the ever-increasing amount of data. As a matter of fact, that will be a central theme of our new national AI strategy that my government will publish before the summer. The practical application of AI for the benefit of citizens and companies. It must be, and it will be, a human-centered approach that focuses on opportunities rather than on risks. An approach that turns fears into hopes and ideas into reality. But artificial intelligence, you know that, is only as good as the data it is based on. That is why our AI strategy will go hand in hand with our new data strategy. And if I said before that I want Luxembourg to be the EU's data hub, then our national efforts can only be one part of the way forward. We need to push the same agenda at the level of the European Union. And that brings me to another difference between oil and data. Oil can only be used once. Data can be used and reused. It can be shared without losing its value. In fact, through sharing and its secondary use, it increases its value. And that is where I think the European Union can make a major difference. One of the main strengths of the European Union is its size. We need to harness that scale by building common cross-border data sets, for instance, in health, in mobility, in energy. A truly integrated data network of 500 million people can be an enormous boost to the effectiveness of our companies, research, and governments. And I think that the former Italian Prime Minister Enrico Letta, in his report on the single market, got it exactly right. Data and research need to become the EU's fifth freedom if we want to continue the single market success in the 21st century. Beyond integrating our data spaces, the European Union can help increase the value of data by fostering exactly that secondary use. Information that was collected by one agent can be extremely helpful for another within the public sector, but also between the public and private sectors. And that is precisely where open data can be truly valuable. We will not always be able to think of all the possible ways in which data can be used when we first collect them. But by opening our databases without compromising, by the way, their quality or safety, new uses may be found to the benefit of the society. That is why Luxembourg has developed its own open data policy, featuring today over 2,000 data sets and almost 70,000 files provided by around 200 organizations. An open data policy that is, by the way, fully aligned with the European efforts led by the Publications Office of the European Union. And our upcoming data strategy will provide a clear framework for the access and reuse of by public and private stakeholders here in Luxembourg to further entrench Luxembourg's position as a center of excellence in the field of data, because that is our political goal. These policies at the national level and the European level will be crucial, in my view, to ensure our prosperity in the future. It is a matter of economic competitiveness, but also of social well-being. Leveraging data, moving from insights to impact, will make a meaningful difference in all aspects of life. More productive companies, more transformative research, more effective public services. Let us make use of this powerful new commodity that data represents. I think that Luxembourg is ready, and I would add, Europe is ready as well. So let's make this work, and as we say in Luxembourg, let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister. I think we're honoured to have you here today to say such kind and inspiring words to close out the first day of Open Data Days. I have a little bit of housekeeping before everyone is free to enjoy the sunshine. To those online, thank you very much for joining us all day. We do have a satisfaction survey that you can fill out to let us know what you think, what you liked, what you want more of. You can use that QR code on the screen. It will only take a few minutes. We would very much like to hear from you there. We will start back here tomorrow on this stage at 9 o'clock. But if you're an early bird and want to do some more networking, the doors will be open from 8:15. Do not forget your badges. You will need them to get back in, but there will be coffee available tomorrow morning. And we will have another inspiring day full of great speeches, much networking, and hopefully lots more questions and engagement from everyone here. So have a wonderful evening. We will see you tomorrow.